Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm a little late. Absolutely, Mr. J. How are you guys doing today? I have been overcoming a cold. And I've been doing my thing. Hey, Ari, welcome back. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to be on as long as normal because of my cold and my energy drainage. But I will persist nonetheless. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it started off a couple days ago, more like 2 days ago, and then now it's okay. It's mostly like a nasal drippage. But I've been like, when it first happened, I had like a bunch of aches and stuff, and I thought it was just from working out, and then like my roommate and her boyfriend got sick, so it was like, dang, you know, yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Okay. As I'm kind of just getting, maybe I'd go. No, it's not COVID because COVID for me feels different. This sounds like, according to my roommate, she got sick from her. So she was traveling, and the friend she was visiting, their baby had the flu, and so she thinks she had that. I didn't have the exact same symptoms, but we had similar. So it sounds like I just got a milder version of whatever she had. So yeah, I know. But COVID messed me up. Yeah, I've had COVID twice, and both times it's really like I wasn't like hospitalized or anything like that, but it was like definitely like my body was experiencing a level of illness that I've not experienced before. So yeah, I've definitely noticed the last 2 years alone since I've moved to Austin, I've definitely gotten sick more frequently. So, I don't know. I'm used to being pretty healthy in general. Hey, Angelus. I'll go ahead and get you on there. Yeah. So, anyways, welcome everybody. Welcome to Mind Over Mania. My name's Christian or Chris, whatever you want to call me. And yeah, so we usually start off the live with a 10-minute collective message, which is just messages for everybody. Sometimes I refer back to this message in later on readings, so I like to do that disclaimer so people can, tune in and check it out because it does apply to everybody. So yeah, and I'm a little under the weather today, so I'm gonna do my best to speak as clearly as possible, and we will get started. No reading today. I just came to show my face of doing okay. Aw, thank you so much, Angelus. I appreciate that, and I hope you're doing better with your situation. Sending you a lot of love because you've been through some stuff, and I just want to let you know everybody that's like been sitting here watching, they support you too. So, cheering you on. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this collective message started. So usually the collective message, it's just general messages from the universe. I don't know why, but I do feel this collective message is it's gonna have some good signs in it, if that makes any sense. Like, it's definitely gonna be, for some of you, it's gonna be about like a person, but for others of you, there's just like a message of like needing to feel seen and needing hope, and I think that's something's gonna come through. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but take what resonates, of course. There's definitely a lot going on with this collective, and I feel like with the message in particular, they're just kind of like, so for some of you, things have been staying really stagnant, and then for others of you, it's just been very chaotic, or maybe like a weird combination of both static and or stagnant and chaotic at the same time, which is weird to experience, but I get it. Not these cards. Okay. I'm gonna move you here so I can read, and then get one more. Oh, 2 more cards. Okay. Anything else, spirit guides? No. Okay. Yeah. Just feel like I need to, like, take a breath, you know? Sit, get a snack, get a drink of water. Take care of yourself, y'all. Okay, let's go. So for some of you, somebody's coming towards you. Aww. So, alright, that's very jarring. Alright, so anyways, like, so the cards we got here, we got Not Enough and Paradise. And I feel like a lot of you guys, like, you really just don't feel good enough or worthy of nice things. Or some of you guys are overcoming that. Maybe this was a version of you in the past, but for some of you, you're still mentally in a headspace that, I'm sorry, one sec. I have some cookies that I just recalled need to come out of the oven. I will be right back. And then I will be back. Okay, so sorry, y'all. This has just been a very discombobulating day. But I have cookies for you all. Yay! Just fresh out of the oven. So if you guys have needed a healthy dose of just baked goods in your life, here you go. Sorry. Anyways, I will restart the collective message because I apologize. I've been a little out of sorts today. Hello. Okay, everybody's like popping in the chat. Alright, I'm gonna put Miss Intricate on here. Hello. And then wish I could grab it from the screen. Yeah! Alright, kitty cat. Alright, okay. Yes. Welcome back to myself and welcome back to all of you lovely people. I'm gonna go ahead and restart the collective message because I realized that I had cookies in the oven that I kind of forgot were in the oven, and then I heard the siren or the alarm go off, and I was like, oh god, no, not the cookies. I was like, the people can wait, but not the cookies. Yeah, so you'll see me periodically nibbling on them. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and restart the message, because, so, essentially, for y'all that just came in a little later, and yeah, all of you guys have been added to the list, so you're good. Oh, gotta get Cool Girl on there too. I was like, the crew is here, so everyone's getting their slots. Yeah, so, anyway, so I started off the collective message saying, like, somebody's coming towards you, and then, like, I pulled these 2 cards, and it's Not Enough and Paradise. And so it feels like again, this message doesn't apply for everybody. You look like a cute teenage boy. Thank you! Well, I'm non-binary, so that actually makes me feel very gender affirmed. So, thank you. Yeah, it's the new haircut. I'm thinking about cutting my hair even shorter, so. Anyways, sorry, I'm like getting all distracted here. Yeah, so, like, some of you guys really are not feeling worthy of paradise, or it's kind of like, you know, the universe has, like, a divine plan for everybody, right? Everyone's got their own path and whatnot, but some of you guys are really resistant for actually accepting these things. It's kind of like, It's like you have the devotion to go to church every single Sunday. And then you sit before the cross and you're like praying to Jesus and to everybody that, you know, you're going to have a fulfilling life, that you're going to have money, wealth, you're going to marry the love of your life, you're going to have good health, you're going to have beautiful kids, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is you're praying for, right? And, like, the problem is, fundamentally, there's just a piece of you that doesn't feel worthy of it. Like that's kind of it. That's, like, kind of the issue. Honestly, glad you were offended. Oh, yeah, no, thank you. Because, like, to me, I'm just sitting there like, listen, I am a transformer. I can do all the things. But, yeah, showing my masculine side's been a little bit of an interesting journey, which, all right, I'm going to share that story after the message. But, yeah, but, like, understand that you're worthy of paradise on Earth. And whatever that paradise is for you guys specifically is up to you. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where for you, maybe paradise is having a house on the beach and having a peaceful life. Maybe it's literally going and doing something in your career, or maybe it's like it's not one fleeting moment. It needs to be a lifestyle that really suits you. Because it's like, yeah, sometimes like the great accomplishments are fine, but if you accomplish that one great thing and then the rest of your life is crap, you know, that's not really living in paradise, you know? Sometimes that paradise is literally just being peaceful and being like, listen, that bullshit over there is not affecting me today. It's just not. It can't reach me. You know what I mean? Like, that level of peace and understanding is within your realm and reach. And half of the battle is just believing you deserve it, right? And I want to say to everybody right now, like, you guys overwhelmingly definitely deserve it. Out of anybody on this planet, this group, there's a lot of people out there that really deserve this kind of happy outcome. It's just, you have to believe it and understand that feeling worthy of good things, it doesn't make you a bad person. And it's also not really up to us. You know what I mean? Like, I think what kind of used to hold me back a little bit, because I used to think that, all right, having a good life looked like this whole certain type of program, and I realized that good life doesn't apply to everybody. And I was holding myself up to standards based on what other people were telling me was a good life, instead of looking at what actually was authentically good for me. So I learned that I must have music in my life. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit. I must have music in my life, or else I will inherently suffer as a soul. Okay, like, that's just who I am in its entirety, versus other people, that is not the same. Maybe for some of you guys, like, you need a clean house. If the house is not clean, nope, there is no peace on this earth that will save you, right? And so just understanding that, you know, the universe is sending you guys good things your way. It is coming. You just have to sit and understand that there is a purpose to what you're going through right now, no matter how difficult it is. And also understanding that paradise is a little bit closer within your reach than I think you guys are understanding. I think there's a little bit of a materialistic realm to it. Sometimes it's also just minding your mania, right? Like, being able to overcome the mental shifts of you transforming into the person that can receive that. Because that's another problem that I don't think is talked about enough in the spiritual community, is when you are striving towards this lifestyle, this goal, this manifestation, you have to change with it. All right. And it's like a co-creation thing, right? Where, so say, for example, like, if I want to have $1 million company, I got to live the lifestyle of what it takes to support and run $1 million company, right? It's not like the universe just says, hey, here's this company, now go run it. If they gave you that and you weren't ready for it, then you'd lose it, right? And like, that's why, you know, shortcuts don't work. That's why you go through heartache first. So when you meet the person, you know what your triggers are. You've already healed. You've already done the work. So this person will just fit in perfectly and nicely. And I think it's about acknowledging that the fact that you don't have what you want right now has nothing to do with your worthiness. And I got to repeat that. It has nothing to do with your worthiness of good things. It's that you're not in the capacity to receive it yet. And so understanding that as you heal and grow and love yourself more and work through that worthiness, you're going to accomplish so much more. And I think it's really easy to, especially if you've been through a trauma, you know, in your home life, or maybe you've never had things.
Maybe you come from a family of not having abundance, and then suddenly you step into this new place and suddenly you're like, whoa, I can make it and can do it. Whatever your scenario is, being able to receive it though and sustain it is ultimately what the goal is. And so you can do it and you can have it. You know, and like that's like, so if you're also working on your healing path, you can also ask yourself those questions as well. More messages for the collective. We have, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think some of you guys are struggling a bit on your spiritual journey where you're just kind of like, I don't know what this means. I don't know what the signs mean. I don't know what these dreams mean. Fuck it. Why are you doing this, God? And I won't lie, specifically for whoever is feeling this right now, this isn't the normal message I give, but right now, specifically with what is on your mind in this current blip of time right now, your spirit guide team is just saying, don't understand it, accept it. Just accept that you know, hey, God sent me a sign. And that's all you need to know. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to analyze it. Don't overcomplicate it. Sometimes the universe, like, it will maybe make more sense in the future, but right now, you're already overstimulated. You're already, like, kind of overcompensating and trying to figure out all these little things as you're trying to, like, piece together this madness known as spirituality and connecting with the universe on a different level. And when you're able to just accept that, hey, I received a message from the universe, cool. Right? That means I'm not crazy. There is something going on here. You know, like being able to just accept it rather than analyze it will really help the message kind of come out a bit easier. That, and some of you guys, I think you get anxious or worried where you're like, oh shit, I missed this dream from God, and so now I'm gonna not meet the love of my life because I didn't make this decision. And your spirit guide team is like, calm down. It's okay if you missed a message. You're still taken care of. You're still loved. How does it change the situation? Yeah, so that's another thing too. Always ask yourself, like, if I'm about to make a major decision, how does it change my situation? Like, so for example, one thing that I realized about myself recently was I was really, really in the pursuit of money. Like, I've been telling people this and I feel a little bad for it now, but I don't think I should feel bad. But like for me, for example, I was like, I want to make a bunch of money, specifically because I want to be able to delegate that money to make sure that I can take care of my friends, give them good jobs, so that way I can pay people and do whatever I want. I just wanted to be able to have that control, right? And I realized my pursuit of money wasn't really about acquiring wealth and having the capacity to live that lifestyle. I wanted control. And I wanted better control over my life and then be able to have control over other people's lives because I feel like it's getting taken away by other people, right? And so ultimately what I realized as a result of this, how does it change the situation? I was like, even if I had all that money, I'm not in a position to manage that. I'm not mature enough for it. I'm not ready for that, to receive that. And quite frankly, the reason why I'm struggling a little bit more financially than I'd like to is because I've not been making the decisions I needed to support that. And when I kind of came to that conclusion, I went, okay. If I want that man, if I want this, then I gotta show up ready to receive that. And that means healing and letting go of all that old stuff that's holding me back from receiving it, you know, and being able to be honest and say, hey, I'm not ready, God. Okay. You know, I don't have my priorities in the right place. I'm not doing this from that deeper root of wanting to give to other people, because if control's in the way, you're still out of balance, and it's not as free-flowing as you think it is. And it's okay to admit that, you know, because I think at the end of the day, our subconscious is always trying to protect us, but that also stops us from receiving from the universe, you know? And then how does your heart feel? Yeah, always be checking in on your heart space, guys. Some of y'all, I think, are ignoring your feelings a little bit, especially when you're trying to make decisions. And this is just a reminder to say, hey, your head follows your heart. Your heart tells you where you need to go. Your head tells you how to get there. Remember that. And then pay attention to red flags and obstacles. Yeah, so if there are some red flag people or red flag behavior both in your life or within people in your sphere, pay attention to it and understand that, you know, it's not a deal breaker or it's not the biggest hindrance in the world, but you also got to remember to say, hey, there is a red flag going on here. Let's address it. Let's handle it appropriately. Because some of y'all are not actually addressing the issue. You're like, oh, it's going to go away on its own, spirit. And it's like, no, they're in your life so that way you can teach yourself to have your voice to do something about it. Because as an adult, like, that's what we gotta do. Sometimes you gotta tell people, hey, no, get out of my life. We got 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, so some of you guys are struggling financially, and so, you know, this will be resolved soon. Again, take heart, do the right steps to heal, and remember, you are deserving of abundance. You are deserving of financial security, and you have to deeply believe that in order to receive it, okay? And also make sure you're learning the financial skills. So like as I was saying with the $1 million example, maybe you're not in the capacity to hold, you're not looking for $1 million, you're just looking for your next paycheck. And, you know, that's okay. It's, again, being able to be open to receiving to the universe with whatever's coming and just say, hey, I am worthy of receiving what I need to take care of myself right now. And then we can go to the next step, right? You know, just be more honest with yourself about, like, how are you honestly feeling in terms of unworthiness? Because maybe, again, if you're like broke or something and you're sitting there feeling like, damn, I'm really unworthy of this because I don't have this and this in place. And it's like, no, you have always been worthy. And the more you believe that you're worthy, the faster you're going to be able to move through this process. We've got the Ace of Wands, so please make sure that you're still taking action. I know even if you're depressed right now, it's hard to see a way through things, but make sure that you are taking action. So you are saying yes to the right things. You are saying no to the wrong things. You are taking care of your health, taking care of your mind, taking care of your body and spirit. As long as, you know, you will encounter setbacks, but as long as you are continuing to make progress forward, you will overcome whatever you're going through. We've got Unlovable. Yeah! All right, y'all. This is like the third, you know, I'm not worthy card coming out. So clearly some of y'all are really feeling it hard right now. And it's like, you are worthy of love. You are a treasure. You are amazing. You're one of my followers, dang it. I'm not going to let you leave this live without feeling love, damn it. Fierce. I will fiercely say that. Also, if you guys have been looking for a signal, the answer is yes. So, yes. Absolutely yes. Okay, we got escapade, vacation, hideaway, adventure. Yeah, maybe take a little mini vacation, you know, from your problems. I'm not saying, like, obviously, especially if you can't afford to go out somewhere fancy or whatever, but, like, you can also just take yourself on a vacation to the park. Literally just go buy some boxed wine, sit in the park, drink in public, and just say, hey, I'm taking a vacation from my issues. It's okay. I stepped away from my life to go get my cookies. It's okay. Nobody's mad. Would you like a cookie, Phantom? Would you like a cookie, Dorella? Yeah, I'll get you guys on the list real fast. I'm just wrapping up the collective message. Self-worth. Yeah, keep working on your self-worth, guys, because your self-worth will fundamentally change what you're even looking for. Because some of you guys, say you're like trying to attract a partner, or you're trying to attract like a job or something, and then you're sitting there just going like, this is what I deserve, this is whatever. And then, like, when you start healing yourself and you realize, this isn't what I want at all. This is just more competitive bullshit. This is just more materialistic nonsense. And when you start, like, loving yourself more, it's going to be way, way more apparent. And you're going to start making the tough decisions that you need to. Because right now, it's kind of hard when you're worn down. But, like, people take advantage of you when you're worn down. When you actually value yourself, that's when they can't harm you. You know? So get yourself back on your pedestal. We got Twin Flames and then the Divine Masculine. Y'all, I don't know, y'all. There's some heat coming off of this group, man. Your man's coming. That's all I'm just gonna tell some of y'all. Your man is coming. Yep, all I can say is it's all part of the divine plan, you know, and then also, too, like, you know, working with the divine masculine energy. I know right now everyone's talking about, like, healing the feminine, and I'm like, absolutely, of course. However, we both have elements of masculinity and femininity, and one of the problems is if we are only concentrating on the feminine, that leaves us unbalanced, right? And you need positive elements of the masculine and the positive elements of the feminine to help each other out. Right? And so if we as female-bodied folks are neglecting masculine energy in our lives, it leaves us unbalanced. Okay? And I'm saying for personal experience as well. You know, basically whenever you have a wound with the masculine, it will also impact the feminine. So if you're not working with both at the same time, it gets really ungrounded fast, and also understand that you have to have a better relationship with your inner man first before you have relationships with your outer man. Because I can tell you firsthand, from helping my different clients and whatnot, that women that don't have a healthy relationship with masculine energy in general, and then they try to go date men, their inner man ends up trying to fight the guy, and then the guy's like, I'm not dating a dude, I want to date a woman, and then they leave, right? And then the woman's like, oh my gosh, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you're not listening to your inner man, because your inner man's your inner man is your very first protector. All right, that is your first line of defense. We can try to externalize and rely on guys to help us all the time, but if we don't have a strong sense of self and an ability to protect ourselves using our own masculine energy, then you put everybody at risk, and it really externalizes. It really externalizes your power that way, if that makes any sense. And so sometimes, with the way society's structured and whatnot, masculine energy in women is often tried to like shut out, right? Because it's very protective and it's its own type of energy, and making sure that you honor all versions of yourself, regardless of if it fits into gender norms or not, whether you understand it or not. Like, heck, we're never going to fully understand ourselves that deeply, but if we continue to push away versions of ourselves, trying to push a certain stereotype or role on a version of ourselves, it's just going to backfire, and it doesn't help anybody. So anyways, that was a collective message. It was a little all over the place, but yeah, all I can say is, like, something good's coming, y'all. Keep it up, and just don't make any major changes right now. Just stay focused, do your goals, and just keep trying to admit things to yourself, stay honest. One girl called me bruh the whole day. Felt like I was talking with a guy friend than a possible love. No, I literally, one of my old jobs, all the dudes said was bruh. Like it was me and one other girl working, and then all these men in the establishment. It was just, everyone's like, hey, bruh, 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 bruh. And I'm just like, oh my god, like, y'all, like, why do you address each other that way? I mean, like, I'm a masculine person, right? But, like, holy shit. Bro. Yeah, no, I intentionally say bro and dude and lower my voice to make it clear to gentlemen that I'm not interested in them. So, everybody's different, but that's tend to be what I do. Alright, that wasn't right. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna update the list. So, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into the personal readings. Ooh, thank you guys for coming back and hanging out. Oh yeah, you get to see the cookies. So they're kind of cooling off now, but see, chocolate chip cookies for everybody. Yay! Aw. I'll just eat one real fast. Hello, I am 48-year-old man from Somalia. Hi! Hi, Anastasia. Welcome to the live. If you would like a reading, I can put you on the list. Alright. Dr. Durrell, we got Phantom. Hey, Playboy. Hey, you came just in time for cookies. Listen, Playboy Snacks, okay? Like, I'm sorry. I'm always just gonna call you Playboy Snacks now. This is what Playboy should be eating. Cookies. You know what I mean? Okay. Alright, so here's the list, guys. You've got Mr. J, Allie, Miss Intricate, Hello, Cutie Cat, Cool Cat, Miss Bay, Dorella, Phantom, Playboy Bunny. So, Mr. J, listen, it's because Playboy Bunny's a snack, right? You just Playboy snacks, right? Listen, I will tell you, some of you guys are really attractive, And I just sit there and I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, y'all don't even know the energy that y'all got floating around you. It's just so funny. Okay, bye, Phantom. Hey, let's go. I'm doing okay. I have a cold. So, yeah. I'm hanging in there. I'm, like, I got, like, for the most part, I'm over it, but I'm still a little stuffy. Okay, Mr. J, it's your question. Give me cookie. Yeah, I'm like the cookie monster tonight. Yay. Okay, anything that my spirit guides and my highest good want me to know. That you are beautiful inside and out, Mr. J. You always know how to make me smile. I'm sorry, I can't do any impressions right now. I'm too nasally. Man, Mr. J. Oh my gosh, I gotta pull out some Batman clips just for when Mr. J shows up. No, it's like, y'all, we've got like a bunch of y'all are asking for people with J names. There's a Jonathan. There's all this, like, we got a Mr. J, a J. I'm like, I swear the universe is conspiring. All of us came together and be like, all right, how many of us have personally been victimized by someone with the first letter J as their first name? Except for Mr. J. But Mr. J is a good guy, so he's gonna make up for it, right? Mr. J's gonna tell us it's all okay. You always do Lois from Family Guy. Oh, Peter! Oh my gosh, wait, I've never tried that before. Oh. Okay, I need, like, somebody give me someone give me a Lois from Family Guy quote that I can practice. Oh, Peter, what the hell? Hi, Rarotonga. Welcome to the live stream. Just let you know it's first come, first serve. I can go ahead and put you on the list, but it's probably going to be about over an hour. Or about an hour before I get to your reading, okay? Alright. Okay, Mr. J. I'm going to try speeding through your reading so I can get through everybody. Alright, let's go. Okay, Peter. You got the Eight of Swords. Ooh, the Alleyman. Okay, I'm using the Alleyman's Tarot, by the way, in case anyone's familiar with it. I'm sorry, I want to do this in character. I'm trying to not. Oh. You got the Wheel of Fortune upright. And then, I forget what the name... So it's technically the 9 of bowling balls. But this one is about nostalgia and living in the past. So, let me also pull some of these other cards. You got Contemplation, Receipts, and Trash. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then we got Strength, King, a Knight of Pentacles, and Knight of Swords. Ooh. Alright, so, Mr. J, you are having a conflict, or like some kind of an inner conflict. At first I was like, okay, I kind of get the vibe for this reading, and then I saw this Receipts and Trash, and I'm like, bro, whoa, who did this to you? Did something go down very recently? If not, you're like really feeling the effects of something that happened in your past, but this is feeling kind of recent. There's this, like, again, it's a conflict between the head and the heart and reasonability and trying to stay grounded. That's why this contemplation, I feel like you're trying to figure out what's the best decision for you moving forward, especially with either a person or like a financial situation. Like, I'm hearing like your spirit guide team's like telling you, like, you know, you have the strength to overcome it, you can work through it, or like you can work towards it. But Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you're kind of like at a weird spot in life. So, like, for example, like the Alleyman's card, right? So, the whole purpose of the Alleyman's tarot is his identity is the guy you meet in the alleyway, who he just hangs out in alleys all the time, and he tells you wisdom, but he's very mysterious. And so, this card is all about, pathways in being able to figure out your way through a situation, but you're going through an unconventional path, a path that people don't normally see. And so I feel like there's something that you don't normally tell people about that's going to come to a head soon. So maybe, for example, you are stubborn about telling people certain types of information until the last second. I feel like you do have like a little bit of a reluctance to say something, or like you're at a point in your life where you're like, okay, I have to figure this out first, then I tell people what's happening. And because right now you're kind of in an inner conflict between making two decisions or deciding between two things. It's hard. Nothing happened yet so far right now, but I do find myself having in this uncertainty regarding finances and home stability. Right now it seems like I'm standing in the middle of a foggy trail, just keep walking and see if anything in the distance comes in. Yeah, and so like I'm seeing with your spirit guide team, they're saying, so with this 8 of Swords, you are keeping yourself trapped in a mental prison. So this is where your spirit guide team is saying, like, actually, it may seem like a foggy trail, but the foggy trail is more of like sweat because you're overworked. So it's kind of like I'm seeing the way your head and your mind and body are kind of disconnected, because it's like you're trying to like think your way through the problem when thinking is what's causing the stress and the anxiety over not just your situation, but do you like get stressed out about like either politics or like big picture world stuff? Because I'm definitely seeing half of the fog is related to just, you're just trying to clear out nonsense in your head, but it's like your head isn't the solution to resolving that. You hear me? I'm gonna pause and wait till the chat confirms you can hear me again, because the internet went out. All right, you can hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, so essentially, what happens is when you try to relax, you try to make your relaxation productive. And so as a result of that productive, like, craftsmanship, or like, say, for example, you're like, hey, my side hustle and hobby is writing novels, right? And you're like, oh, well, I love to write novels, so I'm going to write this novel and then sell this book and blah, 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 blah. It no longer is relaxation and rest, because in the back of your head, there's still a financial, or there's like a time constraint, instead of really just sitting there being like, listen, when I'm on vacation, phone is back in the hotel. The only thing I hear is screaming, crying kids at the beach, seagulls, and the ocean, right? Like, you really gotta just unplug to fully get some of that clarity back, because right now you're just kind of creating your own throbbing headache. And it's okay, because, like, you know, there's a lack of clarity in your life, but I'm seeing that part of just going through and working through it is just detaching for a little bit. And like real detachment, not like the detaching of I'm emotionally overwhelmed. It's saying, hey, I'm in control of myself. I am actively vacationing. Then we go from there. Hi, Wolf Sci-Fi. Basically, right now it's first come, first serve. I'll put you on the list. There is a bit of a line, but I'm trying to get through these readings fast. They're 5 minutes each. So, I'll put you on the list, but it'll be a minute, okay? And the note, Ari, you are right on time. Anyways, Mr. J, that was your reading. Hope it helps you out. And, dude, I totally get you on that, because, like, I've been going through a lot of these same cycles myself, and there's a certain point where it's finding balance, and this is half of the battle, is literally just learning how to tread water when you don't have all the information. And normally you're a very surefire person too, so that feels additionally dysregulating. That, and I feel like you have like a bit of a financial weight where you're like, all right, I'm trying to take care of other people, or I'm trying to, like, you know, be strategic, and your guides are saying, listen, you may not have as much control over this current process yet, but it's going to be okay, you know. But learning how to work through the brain fog and figure out, like, okay, what is causing the brain fog? Okay, I'm going to step back, take care of this need. Oh, solution B, now it's all coming out. So You're figuring it out. All right, next we have Allie, then Miss Intricate, and hello. Hello, it's me. I was wondering if... I forget the rest of the words, and then something about to go over everything. Go ahead and post your question in the chat, Allie. But yeah, no, if any of y'all got a quote from Lois from Family Guy, I will absolutely do that impression. Chelsea can attest to this, but I have done tarot readings completely in character. I did one as Mickey Mouse. I tried doing a Vegeta tarot reading earlier. I don't know. I'm working on my characters. Yeah, no problem, Mr. J. You'll figure it out. You got this, King. You got this. But yeah, it's Allie, Miss Intricate, then hello. Just giving the shout outs so that way you guys know you're up next. A what reading? Yeah, I can do readings in character. And so actually too, this show used to be Drunk Tarot, where I'd be intoxicated and doing these readings, and they were a lot of fun, but it became unsustainable. And it's also not, I don't spiritually recommend it. I did it because I was young and free and unaware, and that is no longer the case. Hi Aspen, welcome to the live stream. So how this kind of works is it's first come, first serve. I'll go ahead and put you on the list and get back to you, but it is going to be a minute. So just kind of warning you, I'm trying to do these 5-minute readings. But if you like and subscribe, I do have free messages every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. And then also at the beginning of my live streams, I have a collective reading too. So there might be messages for you in case you have to bail and you want a reading. There are collective messages at the beginning of my live streams. Okay, thank you. Thanks for stopping by, Aspen. Okay, Allie, what is your question? They will do the entire reading in their voice, and that is a threat. Yes, it is. It is a threat. I will do it. Dance. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm coming over a cold, y'all. They put something in my tea. It's the medicine. It's the meds. It's the cookies. Here, Aspen. Okay, awesome. I have you on the list. Would you like a cookie? Thank you for coming. I like being able to share even though I can't actually share. Okay. Alright, Allie, and then Miss Intricate, and then hello. Whoever's up next. You're ready to get a reading. Yeah. Because otherwise, I will keep moving forward. And then, yeah. Because I want to make sure the good people that are waiting get their reading as well. Okay, Allie. Please post your question. Otherwise, I will move on to Miss Intricate. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do is if you're not ready for your reading, I'll give you the opportunity to move on to the next person, and then if I have to wait through a second person, then I'll move them to the bottom of the list. So Allie or Miss Intricate, please step up and post in the chat. How will the rest of my 2020 go with my boyfriend for my question, whatever that may be? Okay. I feel like it's gonna be good. I just feel like... Yeah, I'll wait till you're reading to give you more information. Sometimes I can be like, haha, alright, Miss Intricate, please post your question. And then Allie will go after you if she pops in. But then after that, then I'll have to move people. So what is your question, Miss Intricate? Cookie. How is Jay currently viewing me? Okay. You know what I'm gonna do for you, Miss Intricate? I'm gonna use the Alleyman's Tarot. Because the Alleyman's Tarot is very sassy. And, I won't lie, of all my decks, the Alleyman's Tarot is my most masculine-leaning deck. I mean, technically I don't like to assign genders, but, my friend Chelsea, definitely, can attest that there's a certain sort of energy. Yeah, here, one sec. Where's the booklet? Oh, okay. So for some reason, this is relevant to your reading, Miss Intricate. Oh, Ari, I'm gonna do Miss Intricate, but I'm gonna do you after her. So when you post your question, I'll go ahead and do you next, okay? Yeah, for some reason, Miss Intricate, when I looked at money, that I had some miscellaneous change on the floor, I was like, ooh, there's something to do with money in regards to how he's viewing you right now. Did you have, like, a conversation recently about, like, financials or... Hi, Envy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I can get you on the list. It's first come, first serve, but there are quite a few people on the list. So if you like and subscribe, in case you're not able to wait, I do this every Tuesday and Thursday. So I'll put you on the list, but just let you know. I'm a fan of Taurus. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh. Alright. How's Mr. J feeling? I don't know. Did something change? Oh, thank you so much, MV. Thank you. Did something change between you two? Or, like, maybe it could be how he's feeling as well. He might be feeling insecure about his finances as well. I feel like something's, like, not flowing like you normally guys do. Yeah. Okay, so your spirit guide team's just trying to... So you got the strength card, and they're trying to reassure you to have strength during this situation. You also got the... The Knight of Wands, yeah. So for some reason, a lot of these cards I'm pulling, they're more so energy from your spirit guides. Oh, thank you, MB. Like, okay, so, like, look at this card. Right? Look at this guy's face. That horse's face, that dude's face. This is what your spirit guide team is doing looking at both of y'all. Alright? Like, I feel like his feelings are really not... They're not focused right now. And I feel like I'm trying to pull cards and your spirit guide teams are just like, this is what we feel about the situation, right? You've got the tower, right? So there's like a bit of internet stalking going on. I feel like he's sort of... Yeah, I don't know. His energy's in a space. I know, right? The side eye on this horse. I know. Look at this card, y'all. This is what your spirit guide team is looking at him, and they're like, bro, what are you doing? Like, and the other thing too is like with this tower card with the 404 error, I feel like he's kind of confused. I feel like he's just not in a good headspace right now. I mean, I've read his energy in the past, so, like, I kind of know how he's typically feeling towards you, and right now, he's just, like, I don't know, something about maybe social media, maybe he was confused by something you posted. We've got the 6 of Wands here. No, sorry, that's the 5 of Wands. Yeah, so 5 of Wands is all about, like, conflict. And, yeah, maybe he's focused on something at work. Right? Right? I'm just, like, sitting there like, man, Nah, this energy's not here. Alright, we've got the Hanged Man. So I feel like he's trying to, like, change direction. I'm just feeling there's, like, a lot of conflict on work that's on his mind. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, refocus back on you, but I feel like right now his head's just in a couple different directions. And then, alright, so this Candle card is, it's meant to be interpreted by the fact that you can flip it and it's kind of like an enigma. So I think right now he's feeling very conflicted about you right now. Oh yeah, whoa. Okay. Jesus. Okay, yeah, we've got a blank card. Yeah, so I'm really feeling like I can't stop looking at this card. Yeah, so I really feel like maybe something happened where he got triggered, or maybe he was thinking about something and he was just like, nope. Something has to do with financials, and then his spirit guide team's going, what the heck? Like, guys, dude, Jay, why are you walking like this? Like, what's going on? And like, I feel like it's like the little mental gremlins are affecting him right now. So, yeah, so your spirit guide team's saying, like, it's not your fault, but like, man. All right, here, I'm gonna pull one card of reassurance for you. Like, what do your spirit guides need you to know? Because like, this is like, he's like, it's not based off of anything that you did. It's literally like something's going on both in his work environment, or like he's like kind of triggered or something. Ever since I told him to leave my apartment. Yeah, no, he's like, he's not feeling it. Okay, so your spirit guide team's message for you is keep your mouth shut and slow down. So they're literally being like, listen, we understand he's doing his thing. Slow down. Don't get in your head about it. Keep moving the course. They're literally just sitting there like, this is a blank page. This guy does not like it, okay, now I know what's happening. Is literally I'm trying to channel him and I can't talk because he can't talk. He's literally like, I don't know what I'm feeling, does not compute. 404 error. He doesn't know what to do with you. So he just 404 error lost. And I think he's having a internal battle that has nothing to do with you. Yeah, just keep doing you and understand that he's got some progress that he needs to do before he can approach you. That's kind of hard though. Anyways though, that was your reading though, Miss Intricate. Wish you the best on that. Okay, Allie, you are up next. Then Hello and Cutie Cat. Those are the next three up on the queue. Yep. Yeah, that 404, I was literally, like, sometimes when I do these readings, like, for those of y'all that have repeatedly come back and, like, you know how I roll, you know that, like, when I'm spitting fire, I'm just channeling, right? So sometimes with these people, I'm like, like, I can't talk. Okay, Ari, I'm sorry. I don't know why I was calling you, I typed your name in wrong. It's Ari. My bad. So sorry. Go ahead and post your question. Yeah, no, I had an L in there, and so then I was sitting there going, like, Allie, and I was like, I don't think that's right. And then I was like, there you go. But, yep, nope, you're on the queue, MV. So here's the current queue, since we had some new people pop in. We have Airy, Hello, Cutie Cat, Cool Cat, Miss Bay, Dorella, Phantom, Playboy Bunny, Let's Go, Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, and then MV. So, yeah. Sorry, I kind of like roll with these readings a little bit, so, but I want to try to pick up the pace, a bit, since y'all are new. Yeah, no, but anyways, though, channeling certain people and certain people's love interests, man, they are terrified, they don't know their feelings, everything just clogs up, and it's like, for example, like, whenever you try to do, like, those readings where it's like, oh, what are they feeling towards me? I'm like, their feeling is taking a piece of paper and just crumpling it up, and then that's it. Like, that's all there is. It's literally, you're just looking at this piece of paper, and I'm like, how do I take this and tell this girl over here, who's very, like, shy, but very emotionally mature, and then I'm like, the crumpled up paper. This is your answer. This is what it is. And then they're like, I don't know what to do with that. And I'm like, I don't know either. I'm just telling you what I see. It's not a bad thing. It's just like, also a lot of guys don't know how to process their feelings. Okay. Anyways, Ari. This may be a wild question, but do most women like the size of the Taurus? Oh. Harry, you're trying to get... Girl, what? I don't know how to answer. Yeah. I don't know if I should kiss and tell. I don't, my preferences are not something I'm not gonna disclose right now. But anyone else in the chat, if you would like to answer Aries' question about what people think, absolutely get the conversation started. Just don't get me in trouble. Hype for your reading. Oh, thank you, Wolf Sci-Fi. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you guys are new, yeah, like and subscribe. It's always a good time here. We've got a great crew. He's experienced with women, and he says that most women like him in bed, but I'm very curious about his... I do not channel people's sizes, especially in terms of that, but what I can do is I can tell you if he's maybe bullshitting. Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of times, guys, you know what, I'm gonna pull a card about this person, alright? I can't answer your question, Ari, but I'm gonna pull a card about this person, just to see if you can get some clarification about, like, is he telling you the truth? What's his vibe? Ooh, he's sassy. Ooh, now this is the kind of guy that, like, if you bought this man a beer at the bar, he'd be telling everybody for years. I feel like he's got a very, like, unique personality, so he really, like, he's an attention grabber, but he also, like, knows how to, like, work the room, if that makes any sense. But he's also kind of insecure, and he's also a little bit childish, too, but it's fun. Alright, we've got Twin Flame. I swear to God, if I get more Twin Flame cards tonight, I'm quitting. I'm just done. Got children. You might have children that you don't know about. I don't know. Bounty Hunter, Chaser, Hot Pursuit. Yeah, no, this is definitely one of those guys that he feels like a hit it and quit it type. Like, he's definitely like, oh yeah, I'm here for the chase. I'm here to do my thing. Like, oh my god, this man, oh my gosh. This man is a piece of work. I like him a lot. We've also got Fixated. Yeah, so I do feel like he's a little bit of a drama queen, though. He can be if he gets rejected. So I feel like, so for example, all 5-star reviews. Don't ask the women though. Just trust me, bro. Yeah, no, like he's a great conversationalist. He can be good in bed, but I feel like so for example, right? One of the problems in the inner conundrum in the inner mind of a player, right? Every player thinks that he's the best, or at least he's up there, right? With all the other guys and competing, right? And they can put on a really great show. The one problem that happens is realistically, when it comes to sex, and anybody who is an adult, has been having sex, for a while, we all kind of learn that not every sexual encounter is going to be mind-blowing. Not every encounter, like, not every person you're gonna vibe with. And also, even if you like a person, it sometimes takes time to figure things out. And I feel like with players, though, because they have a lot of experience, if they meet somebody where maybe, for example, that person was just not feeling up to it that day, or maybe they were like, hey, actually, I'm not really into this thing, when they're so used to a tried and true method to getting a certain kind of person off, if that doesn't work for them, then they fall apart. And I feel like this is that kind of guy where he's like, yes, amongst a certain crowd of women, he absolutely can. The problem is it doesn't apply to everybody, and I feel like he gets really, like, insecure about it. I don't know. I mean, like, everybody's different, I know I'm not gonna, what? Ari, you're gonna get me in trouble, you're gonna make me cross my personal boundaries, because I'm on the internet. Like, it'd be different if we were all, like, sitting here having a girls' night, with wine and stuff, I'd say, but, like, I'm not doing this recording for the internet. I don't want people knowing my preferences. So, yeah, okay, anyways, but yes, so that's the one thing I guess I do feel called to at least continue that reading, in the sense that it's like, understanding that, everybody does have different preferences, and you know, how someone handles rejection is also important, you know? Yeah, or like some dudes, they are used to women faking orgasms. And like for me, I am definitely not a person that lies to my partner or tries to sugarcoat things. And I actually like really dissed a narcissist one time really bad. I'm not gonna tell this story publicly, but all I'm gonna say is me and my tism, my lack of social awareness, right? And also just my directness. This gentleman was asking me, he was asking me some questions about how he compared, and I was honest. And I forgot that little voice in my head that says you're not actually literally supposed to be honest. Like you're not supposed to be like that honest. And I realized after the fact, I mean, like he ended up being like a jerk, all right? Like he wasn't a good person. So, and the whole basis of the conversation I had with this person, he shouldn't have even been asking that question. But me and my dummy butt was just like, oh, well, he's a tough guy, so he can take the truth. So I told him the truth. And that did not go over well, which in hindsight, I don't care because he was a jerk, but I'm glad that happened with him and not someone I actually cared about, because I realized, oh, that actually could really make someone not feel good. And it was not with me trying to hurt his feelings, it was more so just like, this is just what I've observed and this is just what I've received and blah, 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 you know? And, I don't know. It's like you don't want to, like, obviously lie to a partner, but you also want to make sure that you're, you know, especially if they like you. This guy didn't like me that much, but I've seen this happen to other people as well, where it's like, you know, if a guy really likes a woman and she, you know, puts him down, I mean, like, that's gonna fucking hurt. You know, so I just tell everybody, like, be nice to each other. It's like, we're all trying, like, sex is such a taboo thing, and we're all trying to be our best selves. And I don't know. I just don't want to, you know, make someone feel bad, right? Yeah, and that's another thing with dudes. Like, dudes will take that for years. They take it really, really hard. And so, like, some of the stuff that I've heard, you know, be told to guys, I'm like, guys, like, come on. Like, I get that we want to have standards and we want people to do better, but also, like, don't be mean. You know what I mean? Like, I want guys to be able to, you know, like, that's why guys are giving up, you know what I mean? If people are just going to make fun of him, then he's not going to try. And I'm a firm believer in, like, you know, we all are human, we all have got our own thing going on, but, you know, he's been honest with me, so I doubt he's like, yeah, I think it's less a lying thing and more of a, he's just trying to impress you, right? And he likes to talk about himself. All right, anyways, back on track, to make sure we keep the queue moving. Thank you so much for your question, Ari, because this was a very interesting conversation. We've got Hello, then Cutie Cat, and Cool Cat. So Hello, you're up next. But listen, though, are we going to talk about, Drake? That's where we're gonna leave this conversation. We're gonna talk. Drake has entered the chat. All right. Then Drake has left the chat. Okay. Hello. Why is my family so toxic? I want to hear it from Spirit Team's mouth. Thank you. No problem, Mary. Keeping it real on my live. Thank you. Oh my god. Listen, I saw that photo of Drake, or that video of Drake at work. It was unprompted, and I was like, how do y'all acquire these things? Yep, I was just sitting there like, man, oh man, why is the world this way? Alright, why is Hello's family so toxic? Yeah, so there's definitely, you know, generational trauma and whatnot. Sorry, gotta clear my mind. Alright, getting back to the timer. Okay, because I want to make sure everybody can get their time in. Ooh, so we got the 7 of Cups in reverse. So I feel like, okay, so, Hello, I feel like what happened in your family history, so there's kind of, so we'll start with this. The Seven of Cups in reverse is all about options. And so in the reverse side, it's, you know, not having as many options. Maybe there were poor decisions made and choices made in like choosing the lesser option instead of the better option. I feel though like in your family history there is definitely an energy of lack, or for example you had to make decisions or your family had to make decisions because they didn't have options. They didn't have choices, or their choices were taken away from them. Specifically, I'm seeing an energy of like maybe you had family like this is like 4 or 5 generations ago. I'm not talking about like the recent 2 or 3. But 4 or 5 ago, there was definitely some kind of like a battle within the family where I feel like there was like resources taken away. Maybe there was a conflict of some kind. But there's definitely like this like releasing energy of some kind of a problem that went on. We've got Queen of Cups. Yeah, so there's a lack of financial stability or that occurred, or there's the fear of that because of this conflict that happened in the past. And also there's like a fear of femininity that's deeply rooted in your family history. No, Miss Bay, you are in, we've got 2 more readings before you. So I'd say half hour. But yeah, there's like a fear of femininity, and it's almost like men have tried to control the women in your family in the past. And I feel like that's where the women in your family, they kind of like, they got really close, but then they started fighting within each other. And I feel like that left like a lot of wounds. And that kind of set the precedent for what's going forward. But there's a lot of women in my family. Yeah, exactly. So like that's kind of what happened was it's like there was the financial insecurity and the issue that happened in the past. It could be maybe Great Depression. It could be some kind of a political thing, whatever happened, then the following generation that got raised on those conditions, all the women really banded together because of the standpoint that they couldn't trust the men weren't able to provide, the men were trying to control the women, or they were trying to do things that would jeopardize the family. And that also happens a lot with like powerful women as well, where it's like if you don't learn how to stand on your own feet, you know, certain types of guys, I mean, they can come in and destroy a family system depending on what goes on. There's all kinds of different systems. In your case, though, specifically because all the women banded together, all that infighting kind of created some bad blood within the feminine. And so because a lot of these women also had to take on more masculine traits and really, like, maybe they did kind of struggle with some gender identities, depending on who was to blame or what was going on in this family pattern, there's just a lack of cohesiveness in the divine feminine. And so I think that's why there's a lot of control issues, is because that feminine does not have support from stronger masculine figures. That also may be why, because these women became so independent, what happened is because they're used to running the show, that healthy masculines come in and they reject it because they're so used to getting weaker masculines. Yeah, PCOS is a common symptom of wounded feminine energy. He's also got the Queen of Wands. Yeah, so very action-oriented as well. Again, though, to the benefit of your family, they're very resilient women. And I do feel like there's kind of like something about in your family system, too, there's like a we have to be Queen Bee. And so there's always like the Queen Bee hat likes to shift around to make everybody happy, because it's kind of used to being like, all right, well, you don't let men into the circle, you don't let men run the family because we have to keep it within ourselves. But because of the fact that there's not a balancing of the two energies, it eventually kind of like eats itself. We've got the Hierophant. So another piece of this too is religion and social influence. So the Hierophant is all about tradition, right? And so I feel like there's almost like fundamentalism that, like, with your family, it's like, yeah, everybody was influenced by religious and religious influences in the church. However, with yours, it's more so fundamentalism. It's kind of like, oh yeah, we go to church, da 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 da. By the way, though, we are by the book, and it's more so the fundamentalism in the sense of rigid thinking, control, and things like that, where it's kind of like, well, we do our family things this way. I mean, like, I understand that's what everyone else does. Yeah, we're gonna sing and do our part, but our family does things this way because that's what's kept us safe, and da 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 da. And so because of that rigidness, when it gets passed down, behaviors that applied for a different lifetime do not apply to the modern lifestyle. And so that's why that modern living is very conflicting. And again, with PCOS, you know, all of that is hormone imbalance and not being able to really fully embody the feminine and allow it to flow freely. Barrier, right? So I feel like there were barriers for your family, and a lot of that barrier right now of the energy is just that toxicity, right? You've got cleansing and purge. Yeah, so like, you know, if you want to start overcoming this, you know, start purging out some of those old belief systems. Really step into femininity and ask yourself, like, what does femininity mean to me? Because just because society deems, like, society has a very linear, binary view of what feminine energy is, and it's really not as accurate to what the actual being state of femininity is. And because it's so varied, you know, it can't always be simply sated by doing stereotypical things, because again, a lot of feminine energy can be chaotic, it can be creative, it's very sexual. There's all kinds of different influences to it, and whatever your version of femininity is also needs to be kept in mind, because whenever people try to apply gender roles to spirituality, I'm saying this as a non-binary person, sure, there's really great structures that you can start with, but because humanity is a spectrum and there's a lot of different nuances, you don't want to also force your femininity into a box, because that also is what stifles it even more. So for like PCOS or whatever, you know, trying to really get in your body and pay attention to the moon cycle. I'm saying as someone with irregular periods, when I started syncing up my mood swings to the lunar cycle and my period, once I got all three down, I suddenly went, oh my gosh, now I know when to take my meds during certain times of the month. And understanding that, like, you have to work with your body instead of against it. And when you do that, like, I've been able to help a lot of, like, my really bad cramps and stuff like that. That, and then also pulling away my masculine and really working on stuff. Anyways, to wrap it up, you've got commitment. And on the table, yeah, so commitment issues, some bad marriages also cause some of the toxicity as well. And then on the table. So I feel like that's also causing some conflicts in the family as well. And then stop listening to bad advice. I feel like some of y'all are giving each other bad advice, like not you specifically, like, but people in the family. They're giving each other poor advice, or they've been listening to bad advice in the past, and maybe it's because they're trying to, like, fit in or something, but it's not in line with, like, their true authentic state. So I get mood swings a lot and I don't get a period a lot. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. For me, it's, I realize now I can sense when my estrogen spikes, and it kind of sucks. And so now that I'm able to sense that, though, I'm able to, like, work through it now. I don't listen to them good. I mean, some of them you should listen to, obviously, but yeah. All right, hello. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for sharing your energy. All right, next up, it's Cutie Cat, then Cool Cat, then Miss Bay. But yeah, no, what is it? There's a book that a friend of mine recommended to me all about, like, working with your period and working with your body. Like, apparently back in the day, periods used to not last nearly as long or be as painful because women were able to handle it different because the flow of life was different. And, yeah, it kind of sucks that all that knowledge was intentionally burned. Because, you know, we can't have women taking care of themselves now, can we? Oh, my nose started clogging up. Okay, there's a guy at work and I think he has a crush on me. Am I reading the energy correctly? Let's see. Fuzzy? Fuzzy wuzzy? Show me some cards. Does this guy have a crush on Cutie? No. See, I have a hard time, too, because, like, your energy is very adorable, and so I'm sitting here like, is this guy, like, sitting there being like, or nah? Yeah, I was gonna say, the history of women's spirituality and women's health is kind of messed up, so, alright. Anyways, Cutie Cat, let's see. because you got a bunch of card. Oh, I feel so bad. No. Okay, all right. So the first card you got was cowardly. So I feel like I think he really beats himself up for not talking to girls or for not being in a relationship. I really feel. Oh my gosh. All right, one sec. Okay, that's not my energy. Yeah, no, he is hella anxious. We've also got repelled, stagnant in conclusion, and then spiritual path and awakening. So I really feel like this guy is... His personal life is... He's very triggered. So I feel like it's hard to say the feelings because I feel right now he's very anxious. And he feels very stuck, and I feel like he feels very pressured to be in a relationship. And I'm like, honey, no. Like, alright, we've got the sun, so he definitely sees you as very, very bright, okay? I do think he's attracted to your energy. I think he really sees, like, positive energy coming from you. Alright, yeah, sorry, you mentioned that he's at work, because I was like, I'm definitely seeing at work, and I feel like, you know, you bring light in the darkness at work or something like that, so he definitely like looks forward to seeing you. Like I specifically see him, I don't know, do you work at a place where he's like a cash register or something? I literally see him being like kind of like waiting until you get there because he's like, okay, now my shift is going to be better, or like, okay, I can like look forward to things, because I feel like because he's a very anxious oh my gosh, this guy, sorry, I have to like keep cutting out his anxiety because I'm like, I don't want to take his energy in. But I feel like he really gets, like, anxious all the time. And so, like, seeing you are, like, a safe person for him in that space of needing to be social and whatnot. And so, because of that, he lets his guard down around you, if that makes any sense. So I feel like he really appreciates you. We've got the Wheel of Fortune, too, so that's another positive card. I feel like, yeah, but I feel like he's also, like, in terms of, like, what he wants to do with that energy, I think right now he's just going to keep it a crush, because I feel like, starts talking, yeah, he's definitely flirting with you. We've got Eight of Pentacles. He thinks you also work really hard, or good work-life balance, because I feel like he kind of gets caught up on different things, and so then I think, like, by watching you, he, like, yeah, I feel like you just calm him down. And I think he just really likes spending time with you. That's why, like, you know, in terms of, like, a crush, I think it's really that. It's a crush. And I think he's just, like, I think he sees you also as a really good friend and a good person. So, I don't know. This energy's, like, really cute. Like, it's really, like, he likes... I just feel like he feels very stagnant, and he's very, like, he gets in his head, especially when talking to women. And so then talking to you, he's like, oh my gosh, here's, like, my cool friend at work who it's like, oh my gosh, I can get feminine attention and I'm not feeling like I have a gun to my head. Because I feel like maybe he's like I feel like he's also like either messed up asking girls out in the past. And so like, because he thinks you're pretty, he's kind of sitting there like, oh shit, I can't talk to girls. I can't do it. But then like by talking to you and you having a positive reaction because you're actually chill, he's like, okay, I still got this, guys. Like he's like, bro, I could like I could see him like coming home from work and then getting on his Xbox and telling his bros. He's like sitting there like, guys, I talked to the girl. I did it, bro. I did it. And I'm just like, oh, that's so cute. So like, you know, thank you for being like supportive, you know, and just listening to him and giving him a chance to just kind of like, you know, experience things, you know, because like it's hard out there, and you know, you're not rejecting him and you're making work better for him. Yeah, he has the same sense of humor. Yeah, no, those are the best too. Like, I love those coworker type relationships because, like, I won't lie. Like, so I had like a work best friend from like a couple years ago, and I was watching Wreck-It Ralph 2, and watching it, I remember the characters. Ralph said something or something happened, and I just remember like after like the final scene, I like bawled my eyes out, and like I had my boyfriend at the time with me, and I was sitting there just like, he was like, what's wrong, like why are you crying? And I was like, I missed my friend from work from years ago. I just started having this breakdown, and he was just like, oh my gosh, and I was just like, you don't understand, he was my work bestie. And like, I'm like, he's never, I don't have his number anymore, and he's married, so it's weird, so we can't like talk and be weird, you know, but like, yeah, you know, like sometimes those memories like really do help you get through, you know? So like you probably are that person for him, or maybe not to that extent. My situation's a little different. But like, you know what I mean though? Like I know it's work, but like you can make really good memories with those kinds of experiences. So anyways, thank you, Cutie Cat. That was your reading. All right, Cool Cat, you're up. Then Miss Bay, then Dorella, then Phantom, Playboy Snacks. Let's go. Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, and MV. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I sometimes dream of a friend. Oh my gosh, I know, right? Oh god, no, like, so, like, I had, like, there was a point in my life where I was having, like, a really bad time with a particular person, and it was so awful, because I'd have dreams where everything was okay, and we were able to talk, like, normal, and then, like, I woke up, and I remembered that everything was not okay, and I was so angry at myself. I was like, God, why did you do this? Why did you do this? It was like hell. that was like a specific kind of hell where you're just like, I can't do anything about this. Yep. Ooh, that unlocked an old memory. All right, Cool Cat, you are up. Then Miss Bay, then Dorella. Cool Cat, you're up. What's your question? I'm sorry. I know these take a while. That's why I keep repeating people's names. Cool Cat, Miss Bay, then Dorella. Any of the three of you, post something to show me your laugh. Okay. Okay, what are MC's thoughts about me? I notice he's been texting me a bit more. Let's find out. Let's find out, what are MC's thoughts? He's crushing. He's definitely crushing. He's fishing. Okay, I get like, oh my god, I literally see him with like a rod, right? And he's just like, okay. She responded to this. Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Oh, she didn't react the way I thought to this. All right, that's cool. That's fine. I'm cool. He's just like, yeah. He's like a little sharky. He's a fishy. Yeah, just a little fishy. He's fishing. He's just kind of like, which, oh, so by the way, I don't know if I've ever told you guys this analogy about how men select women, but I think this is applicable to your reading and to all the people listening right now. So I'm going to share the story. So essentially, and this message was passed on to me by another wise woman, and essentially she described it as the way a lot of guys select partners is, it's like the relationship between a shark and a fish. So how a shark hunts a fish, right? A shark has sensors on the sides of its body, right? So here's the fish, here's the shark. The shark will come up and it'll bump up against the fish and then it'll go away. And so he'll sit and he'll hunt from back here. And then when he gets a little closer, he'll just bump up again it, but he'll not go as far away. And then eventually, as he bumps up against it, like this is how the shark knows that what it's hunting for is actually a fish. Okay? So then finally, when it bumps up against it enough, it goes like, okay, you're definitely a fish. You're definitely something I want to catch. No. Right? So then the analogy when this person was telling me that was because every time a shark bumped up against me, it couldn't tell that I was a fish. One minute I was a fish, next minute I was an octopus. Next minute it was something completely different. And that's why they're like, this is why men are not approaching you, because they don't know what this is. In any case, now you know that he's just playing Jaws right now. And so that's how you know that that's how guys will act when they like you, is because they always are kind of touching. Because to them, time does not matter, right? They're like, she could change her mind in 6 months. Maybe there's a guy on her mind, blah, 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 blah. When he's hunting, he is not using the same brain as women are, right? Because he is trying to lock something down. And so that's why when you flapping around... you know, so that's why whenever he's like doing a lot of these different behaviors, it's kind of hard to say. Now, age does play a factor, because usually by the time a guy's older, he's looking to lock things down more likely. But still though, the same analogy applies. So anyways though, in terms of your reading, cool girl, now that we've got that precedent, we've got pain, we've got action, and we've got irresponsible. So I feel like your spirit guides are just kind of warning you. He is irresponsible, but he's fishing. His thoughts, we've got the King of Cups right now, so I feel like right now he's kind of distracting himself emotionally. So talking to you makes him feel good, to kind of avoid whatever grief is going on, maybe with the next. He's got 5 of Cups, so I feel like he's also distracted in general by his thoughts of you. He will be humming songs to see if we can. Yeah, no, like he's just. I feel like he's kind of playing games, but he's kind of not. So we've got the 9 of Wands here, and I do feel like he feels like. I feel like he kind of puts you on a pedestal, and so I think there's kind of like an energy that he kind of needs to let go of, where it's like, I think by even talking to you, I don't know if you have a reputation with the guys in your community, because like, is he friends with some of your other mutual friends? Because I feel like you're like a little bit harder to catch, or something about your energy or your aesthetic or vibe. He's like, okay, she's hard to catch, so the fact that she's even talking to me right now, yeah, that's right. I'm that guy. All right, nobody talk to me. Talk to the hand. You know what I mean? Like by talking to you and getting your attention gives him an ego boost, right? And it's a positive ego boost. It's not like an ugly ego boost, you know? I mean, obviously talking to attractive, nice people that you like, that's gonna make anybody feel good, right? But I do feel like, though, emotionally he's not steady for like a relationship or anything like that. I really don't feel he like, because I don't think he's like thought through his feelings for you, if that makes sense. Like I feel like he's kind of like, he's aware of them, but he's kind of like, I don't want to catch feels. But he kind of does, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like he's sitting there just like, I'm just being a little irresponsible. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to like whatever. And it's kind of like he kind of doesn't always realize. Like, I don't feel like this guy actually knows when he's actually falling for somebody until it's too late. And I think that's gotten him trouble in the past. So I think right now he's in the same mode. Oh, does he have like hair on the back of his hand? I just saw that real fast and that was weird. But literally I'm seeing it as kind of like, he's got like a protective energy over you too. I feel like he kind of like, I don't know if you've told him some stuff or whatever, but I feel like he kind of feels like, yeah, I want to protect that girl. Like, yeah, I know that like if she's going through something and she calls me, I'm gonna go screw someone up. I'm gonna fuck them up. Yeah. No, well, because you've been on his radar, right? And so like, I think your spirit guide team is just kind of warning you, like, so for this 5 of Cups, right, it's kind of like the way he's focusing on you, though, I feel like he's kind of like, he's not weighing his options, and he's kind of like, it's kind of like out of balance. It's kind of like, so for example, say you're like texting late at night, say it's like 10 o'clock, right, and he knows he needs to go to bed to get ready for work, but then you pop in and he knows that, oh yeah, this is the only time I get to talk to cool girl, and it's always whatever. And so the thing is, this was like fine in high school when you were up late talking to each other, but as adults, like if he's like staying up late talking to you, or he's like I definitely get the energy of he's immature in the sense that he will drop something that is important to focus on you for a bit, so that way he doesn't have to focus on that task. And so that's something that he's kind of like, that's just making his like feelings for you kind of not quite steady, because it's like they're there, but he's also not managing the adult part fully, right? And he's kind of using you to distract himself. He tells me to stay off the streets as a joke. Yeah, well, because he's protective of you. I don't blame him. Here's the thing, ladies, and I'm going to tell you guys this, all right? You can sit there and try to pretend that you got all this shit together, right? But dudes know if shit's not together. They can, like, tell. They can feel it, okay? Especially if they, like, really like somebody. And I mean, like, guys aren't always, like, 110% on. But, like, the good ones, like, good men, they know when a woman's vulnerable and when they're kind of in the area. They can also tell when other dudes are in the area, right? Like, it's kind of like, okay, you know, and like, obviously, you know, there's bro code with like, you know, not coming in and impeding on, you know, a woman's space and whatnot. But ultimately, you know, that guy is always going to be, like, if he really cares about you, he's always going to be vetting all the men around you, regardless of what your sexual relationship is, whatever. He's always going to be looking for you. And that's a sign of a good guy. And I think, I don't know, my spirit guide team and yours are saying, like, hey, you know, like, regardless of, like, what you decide to do with this relationship, I mean, he's at least a safe person. He's a good guy at heart. It's just the immaturity and lack of responsibility is kind of his issue right now. And then, like, again, action. So that's another thing to notice. So, for example, if he starts stepping up, he may pull back a little bit. So that's why they're kind of, like, warning you of that imbalance, because they want to say, hey, you know, he's not always available because he's also being responsible, if that makes any sense. But that's not, like, a bad thing. It's because he likes you. He's 3 years younger. Yeah. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. All right. Anyways, though, cool cat, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. All right, Miss Bay, you're up. Then Dorella, then Phantom. Then it's going to be Playboy Bunny, Let's Go, Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, and MV. I see it. Yeah. Does he have, like, blonde hair, too? Or I feel like he's got, like, a certain type of hairstyle, too. Okay, what will be the outcome after the information I submitted for the job I reviewed? I was told I'd be receiving the hiring decision in the morning. Yeah, I think... I Wolf Sci-Fi. No problem, cool girl. Yes. Okay, what? Whoop. Alright, we'll see. We'll see what happens. What's the outcome? Alright, yeah, so we got the Six of Swords in reverse. We got the Ace of Swords and the Fool. So my intuition is telling me yes. He's brunette, but he's got the... Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sitting there like, there's something about, like, the way he styles his hair. It's, like, kind of, like, not messy, but he does something interesting with it. But yeah, so something about, like, I think it's a good sign. What your spirit guide team is saying with, like, these cards is, like, one, to not be committed to the outcome, but also they're saying to, like, kind of get out of your head with the decision. Because, like, regardless of what it is, because, like, this is something I tell everybody, like, with my readings, I mean, like, I don't really like to do predictions because the future changes, because energy can impact things. So I just give you the best possible what I'm seeing, and then I focus on, like, the energies surrounding it too. So, and then again with the Fool, I feel like you have to really kind of release and let go, because you get stuck in your head sometimes, about this stuff. And they're just saying, like, be strategic. So, like, again, like I said, you getting the job, there's something about, like, you getting this job that you have a hard time hearing, if that makes any sense. Or it's kind of like, because you're very, very focused on, like, what you see, very practical, very logical, your intuition has a hard time coming through, and I think you kind of miss opportunities for something better for you. So just take that in mind. But I think a lot of it comes down to you're making this decision due to financial stress, or due to just not being aware that there's other options for you, if that makes any sense. So they're just trying to say, like, hey, you know, be smart, clear your head, and there's also, like, some people you shouldn't be talking to about your job. Do you have a very competitive work environment? Or there's something about, like, because, like, this is an office job, right? Because I'm feeling there's some kind of an energy where, like, you have to be careful who you talk to in your office place. I'm definitely getting this vibe where it's, like, not everybody wishes you well. And to just be very careful in this next work environment. You know, I feel like it's going to be, like, you have to talk very strategic. You have to be very... It's a work from home job? Okay, never mind then. But, like, yeah, there's some kind of energy, though, of just be careful. Yeah, there's something with this office that is... I don't know. That's my plan to say. Yeah, Yeah, because I'm like, there's just something I'm not trusting. Let me pull another card for about your next job. Look at your resources. Yeah, because like that's where I'm kind of feeling that like, yeah, you're gonna get the job. I don't know how long you're gonna be there though, or if that's like the best choice for you, right? So it says listen to their advice, it means something. Yeah, so maybe some of you guys have been, sorry, not you guys, you, maybe you've been kind of stagnant career-wise or something like that, but I feel like, you know, maybe you've received some advice recently that you need to be listening to. And then pick up the pace. Yeah, I feel like so like part of the issue is you can be a little bit stubborn when it comes to the job, and a lot of it's because it's old school and it's way more grounded and it works for you, and that's fine. The thing I'm picking up, man, this energy's so hard, it's difficult. Maybe, and this could be maybe what you're trying to work through, is maybe you're sitting here trying to work through this blockage that is how to get to that next step, because I feel like this job is more of like a stepping stone, but it's kind of like more of a part of a pattern or a piece, and it just I don't know. No offense, I'm gonna ask for some clarity about like what this blockage is. Free will. Yeah, they're kind of like, Spirit Guide's kind of saying like you have free will. You can like ask for a little bit better. Solitude. Yeah, make sure that you're taking some time to yourself. I feel like maybe too, because it's work from home, you're trying to maybe like balance out a few things, and you thought work from home would be great, but I do caution that the solitude, on the one hand, it's going to be nice, but I think also with the other hand, it's kind of like, but you could be working a job where you're around people that you actually enjoy being around, so you're not isolated. I don't know, there's something about like a catch-22 with isolation where on the one hand it'd be good for you, but also at the same time it'll be detrimental to you, because you won't be able to, because of that isolation. There's something that your spirit guide team's kind of like letting you know about that. Yeah, just be careful. Mindful Mind, hi! Hello! If you're interested in a reading, I can go ahead and put you on the list. Yeah, let me figure out what else this blockage is in terms. Offer. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you're going to be offered something and your spirit guides sell out. Yeah, just don't sell out to yourself. Because your spirit guide teams are saying like, hey, you're allowed to dream a little bit bigger, and also, yeah, just kind of watch what comes through. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm just like, yeah, there's just an energy that needs cleared before you can get to that next fulfilling thing. So, anyways, though, that was your reading, Miss Bay. Hope you enjoyed it. And wish you the best of luck. I hope you get it. Okay, so next we have Dorella, Phantom, Playboy Bunny, Let's Go, Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, MV, and then Mindful Mind. You can do it, Miss Bay. I believe in you. Alright, Dorella, then Phantom, then Playboy Bunny. Hey, Fad! Man, I appreciate all the new people that are waiting in the chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. As you can see, I try to really make my readings personal, and give everybody their time, but unfortunately that means it takes a bit longer. But that's also why I like to make these readings, or these live streams, kind of like fun and hanging out, because sometimes y'all, like, messages overlap for people, and yeah, sometimes there's a theme of the night where I'm sitting there going like, man, everybody's dealing with the same BS with these dating partners or whatever. I'm doing okay, Fad. I'm overcoming a cold, and I made cookies. Here you go. Everybody have cookies with me. Hi, Maverick. Hello, welcome. If you're interested in a tarot reading, I can put you on the list. And then if you have to go, like and subscribe, because I do readings every Tuesday and Thursday night. They were all free. They were 5 minutes. But yeah, I come here and I sass people and we have fun and you get advice, and then we have a lovely community of people supporting each other. Yeah, we have a really great group of people, so it's been a good time. I've been doing this for a couple years now, so I got some people. All right, Dorella, Phantom, or Playboy Bunny, any of you three, go ahead and post a thing in the chat. Read me now. Sorry, Maverick, it's first come, first serve, so we've got a list of people. So by the time I get to you, it'll probably be in a half hour. So, unfortunately, yeah, I'm trying to, like, get through everybody. But thank you for stopping by. Come hang out. You can eat cookies with me. Alright, Dorella, Phantom, Playboy Bunny. Hi, Rosie. Welcome, welcome. Man, we got all these new people today. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. You know, did I risk my reading? Nope, you're good. Alright, so Dorella, Phantom, or Playboy Bunny. If nobody posts in the chat to say that you're here, I'm going to move on to Let's Go, Rarotonga, or Wolf Sci-Fi. Because I'm trying to keep the chat moving. But basically how it works is it's first come, first serve. So I've got my list, but if you would like to have your reading done and added to the list, I can go ahead and add you, Rosie, or Maverick. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, Dorella, if you're not here, I'm gonna move her down. Yeah, because Phantom, he comes and goes. So, what's happening in her? Eating cookies, talking about all kinds of random stuff. I mean, we had some really interesting conversations earlier tonight. Okay, y'all, Wolf Sci-Fi can speak. Yeah. I was doing a Lois from Family Guy impression. That's what we were doing. You have a fun edit. Thank you. All right, okay, Maverick, let's get you on there. Oh my gosh, wait. I'm sorry, every time I see the word Maverick, I think of that Tina Fey impression of Sarah Palin, and she's like, Maverick, and I'm just like, oh my god, like... Alright, Rosie, I'll add you on there too. Okay, is the list long? So now that I'm shifting people around, because usually Playboy's here, yeah, I'm gonna put them, they're here all the time. Oh, Dorella, okay, post your question. Okay? Post your question so I can get you going. And then, Phantom, if you're not here, then it's Dorella, which I'm doing her reading now, then it's Playboy Bunny, then it's Let's Go, Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, MV, Mindful Mind, Thad, Maverick, Rosie. You didn't say Goose is my name. Yeah, no, sometimes I've really messed up people's names and I feel so bad. Because I'm trying, and I'm just like, I'm not the best with pronouncing names, and I'm like, I don't want to be that guy, but sometimes I do struggle, and like right now, I'm like sick, and the meds are getting me. The meds are getting me sometimes, so I'm like, oh my god. Okay, alright, when do you see Tony reaching out? Thanks. Let's see. I don't feel like it's gonna be soon. Let's see. All right. Let's pull some cards. Tony. Posted. Yep. Yes. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's hear about Tony. Okay. I just discovered a band and I feel like I'm like, what band? Tell me. Okay. Alright, anyways. Getting the reading going. 5 minutes. Okay. Alright, so we've got Coffin. Endings bring new beginnings, growth, change, liberation, transformation. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling there's like an ending going on here between you and Tony. We've got Keys on a Ring, many options, decisions, unconventional, string along, one night stand. Yeah, I definitely feel like this guy is not fully committed right now, and I feel like he's I think he's just gonna kind of come and go. I don't really foresee any substantial communication anytime soon. He may check in once in a while. Girlfriends, that's their banding. Ooh. At the end of the list. I'm gonna go check them out and maybe play some of their music. We've got Big Dreams. Unawakened in Tribe. Yeah, so I feel like Tony's kind of focusing on his family right now and like the people that are closest to him. I feel like he kind of... Have you been like reaching out to him, Dorella? Because I feel like he's like ignoring messages of people, or he's just kind of really kind of in his own little headspace. We've got Three of Swords. Yeah, I feel like you're feeling really heartbroken about this connection. Ace of Wands. Yeah, I feel like he's kind of feeling creative right now. He's kind of doing... Yeah, Knight of Swords. I feel like that's my soon-to-be ex who's the coffin. Yeah, like with Tony... Yeah, so with Tony, I'm seeing he's spending a lot of time with his guy friends right now. I don't know. I feel like he's like... Does he like gamble or does he like play cards? I'm seeing some kind of like maybe they go out gambling, maybe they go to a casino and they just kind of hang out. I'm seeing a lot of that, and I feel like he's kind of just like he's kind of like in his man cave mode. He's in guy mode, just sitting there hanging out. And that, and I feel like he's also really focused on his I don't know if he's got some like career goals or something like that. But I feel like he's like trying to like come up with like a scheme of something bigger. So that's why like I don't think this connection is primarily on his mind right now. I do feel that he's trying to make a decision when it comes to you. But I do feel like he's kind of stringing along the decision, and I think that's leaving you in kind of a suspended situation where he's like, you know, he's not really like committed to his feelings. He's really kind of just coasting. No, he doesn't play cards. Okay, cool. So in that case, then if he's not actually doing it, then it's kind of like that energy of literally being like, hey, me and the guys are going out. He's a hermit. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So usually then when I see that kind of imagery, then if that doesn't apply, it's usually still that same kind of... So it could be maybe he plays video games or whatever, but it's like that energy of... I don't know. I still see him spending time with guys. That's what my call is anyway. Yeah, but I don't think it's... I'm not seeing it as favorable in your direction, though, unfortunately. And, you know, this could also be an energy of, like, you know, making sure that you're spending time with your friends and family as well, while you're kind of, you know, waiting on the call. Because I think, like, I don't feel like you should be waiting around for this person, because I don't see anything in the foreseeable future that's going to really be opening any more paths towards this connection, or just, I don't know, just don't keep yourself, like, suspended waiting for this person, because it's really not feeling consistent or good for you. Okay, I'm sorry, girl. I wish I had better news. Okay, so we've got Playboy. Phantom, if you're here, check in. But otherwise, Playboy, you were up next. Then Let's Go, then Rarotonga. Then Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, MV, Mindful Mind, Fad, Maverick, and Rosie. Oh-ho! Marvin's thoughts. I'm sorry, when I saw Marvin, so like I have a relative named Marvin. He's a second cousin, but he's like older, and he's like one of the greatest guys, and I actually might get to see him soon. But I see Marvin and I'm like, the vibe of your person is very different than my Marvin. I'm not. Life goes on. Yeah. You know, and I get it. It's like, you know, it sucks, you know, when there's someone that you really wish would reach out to you, but like, it's their choice. It's free will. unfortunately. Alright, what is Marvin's thoughts? That, or we could just call this guy Marvin the Martian. I can't... My dad can do a great Marvin the Martian impression, but I cannot. I haven't tried, actually. I don't know. Do kids these days even know who Marvin the Martian is? I feel old. I'm like, I'm not even old, but I feel old. Alright, Marvin's thoughts. Feelings. Okay. Here we go. Ooh! Ooh, from Looney Tunes. Yeah! Exactly. Okay, you got it. Okay, Playboy, we've got happiness isn't far away, so that's like a good sign. There's a need not being met, and then you need to let it go to move forward. That is so conflicting. Thank you, Spirit Guides. Like, what the heck? Oh, that's right, Space Jam. That irreconcilable differences, divorce final, soulmate, similar friendship, romantic partner, family, haunted. We got the Page of Cups, Ten of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles. Okay, alright, so these cards are sending me some really positive energies. I'm not gonna lie, because, like, you know, you've seen me, I'm usually pretty, like, skeptical, in a lot of these, readings, because there's just a lot of, you know, relationships that are just not meant to last. I feel, though, at least in this reading, though, I'm definitely getting a Soul Tribe type vibe from him. I'm definitely feeling like, like, this is kind of a guy you don't see coming. I do feel, however, he does have a ex relationship that he is hung up on still, and I feel like he's definitely haunted by it. I don't know if it was like a crazy ex-girlfriend or some kind of a emotional trauma, but I feel like that will kind of cause him to be slow moving towards you. This Ten of Pentacles and this Knight of Pentacles tells me that he is very financially stable. He is definitely, like, he knows how to make money. Or at least that's what I'm feeling, is like, maybe even if he doesn't have the money, like, exactly right now, I definitely feel he has a high potential to be a high earner or somebody that, like, you know, knows his way around money well. And I'm not talking like the quick salesman type, like, no, this is more of like the guy who takes his time, he's very methodical and whatnot. And then this Page of Cups energy as well, I feel like his feelings are kind of like really at the beginning or in early stages. I feel like he's someone he does not rush in. I feel like right now you guys' energy is very, like, playful, and I feel like he kind of looks out for you, but I kind of feel like, I don't know if you heard the shark analogy in terms to guys whenever they're, like, finding women and stuff like that, but essentially, like, you know, here's you as the fishy, and then here's Shark Marvin. He's kind of like over here, right? Like, he hasn't come up to brush up against the fish yet, right? But he's definitely just kind of sitting there like, okay, checking the fish out. Checking the fish out. We'll see. We'll see. And I feel like, you know, because... So, for some reason, I keep looking at the irreconcilable differences, and I don't know if you have, like, a self-limiting belief when it comes to Marvin. Do you, like, feel like he's out of your league? Or is there, like... I don't know, is it kind of like... I kind of see, like, there's, like, bad girl and guy. Like, I don't know if there's, like, some kind of, like, a dynamic where you two aren't, like, traditionally compatible, or, like, maybe you're kind of like, man, he's, like... Maybe he's, like, not... He's, like, a little too easygoing, or you're kind of, like, not certain about his energy. But, like, that soulmate card and family, I feel like he's definitely, like, more family-oriented. I feel like his mind is preoccupied with, like, keeping a solid foundation on things. And, yeah, no, I definitely can see that. Because I definitely feel like, and it could be maybe if it's not your reluctance, I feel like he
he has some trauma with that. Yeah, okay, so if he's religious, then that would explain that, because I'm literally sitting there like, he's kind of like, she's different, and he's gonna have to like let go of some of his own prejudices or his own like self-limiting thoughts. No, Snap, you're back. I am back. Haha. I grew up on Looney Tunes. Yeah, awesome, Rosie. Yeah, no, that was always a good time. But yeah, no, I think he's slow moving and steady, and I think like he's just really trying to play his cards right. But I think you guys have a lot more in common than you think, and I think it's kind of like a lot of it has to do with like your family backgrounds and financial backgrounds. Where if he grew up in a different upbringing, you'd be a lot more similar in that regard, or vice versa. Like if you grew up in his lifestyle, you would be a lot more similar, or you'd be able to recognize each other better. But that's also kind of why I think Spirit kind of puts you into each other's lives, is to kind of like show that contrast and be like, hey, you know, you can connect with people that have different upbringings than you. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that, and sometimes God does that to make sure you grow. You know what I mean? Like if your soulmate is like, you know, the exact opposite of you, but they work, and you work through those differences, then yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, he doesn't like curse, but I do, and he finds it fun. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they sit there and be like, oh yeah, you know, I can't take the Lord's name in vain, and blah, 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 and then all of a sudden, like, you drop one, and then they just sit there like, you know what I mean? Like, what is that shit? You know what I mean? What is that shit? Absolutely, like, it's the same vibe, just raised by different people, on different paths, but we all know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I hung out with kids who went to Catholic school, right? Right? They went to Catholic school, and then they showed up to my high school, and we're all over the place, and I was like, listen, doesn't matter. We're all still people. We're all still doing the same things. We all got the same fantasies. We all do what people do, okay? Hi, Leah. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Alright, anyways though, Playboy, that was your reading. Alright, it's Let's Go, then Rarotonga, Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, MV, Mindful Mind, Fad, Maverick, and Rosie. And then Leah, if you would like a reading, or James Crane, I can absolutely put you guys on the list. Or wait, no, is that Chris? Sorry. I figured I'm like James, and then I was like, no, I'm pretty sure you're Chris. But I just want to make sure. Yeah, no problem, Payboy. Have fun with him. Enjoy. Oh. And then Phantom, if you're hiding around somewhere, I put you at the end of the list. Okay, Leah. These are 5-minute free readings, but I'm trying to go as I can go. So Let's Go, Rarotonga, or Wolf Sci-Fi. Show me that you're alive in the chat, so I can keep on a moving and get to people's readings. Alright, wait. What was the band, Playboy? You were talking about, it's called a band called Girlfriend? Alright, MV, cool. Cool. Thank you for your patience. You've been awesome. Alright, Wolf Sci-Fi. Okay, Let's Go or Rarotonga. Either one of you, please show up in the chat. Otherwise, I'm moving on to Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, and MV. Y'all are the real MVPs. But yeah, like and subscribe for those of you that are new. I do free live streams, or free readings, every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. I'm also a professional reader and intuitive consultant, so that is what I do. Yeah, and my passion is about unifying science, psychology, and spirituality, hence the name Mind Over Mania, and that's like one of the things that I am a huge proponent for. I'm a huge mental health advocate, yeah.
keep moving the screen around. You do collective readings? Yeah, so that's another thing too. So every live stream starts with a collective message. And sometimes whenever I do people's readings, I refer back to the collective message depending on what pops up. But I have that. And then also on my YouTube channel, I do have pick-a-card readings as well. I actually just recently posted one. They were mystery readings. So, yeah, my pick-a-card readings have not gotten the best view-wise, but I do well with my live streams. But yeah, I start every message with 10 minutes. All right, let's go. Final call. Same with Raw Rotunga. Otherwise, I'm going to go on to Wolf Sci-Fi. All right. And then Aspen, then MB. Yeah, we also have a really great community on here as well. I've really enjoyed the followers that especially come back every week. We have a really nice, supportive friend group. We've got a nice group of ladies, and you know, sometimes like whenever we're talking about exes and whatever, like there's just some stuff. Oh my gosh, we've had some fun times on here. That, and then I also sometimes do impressions with my readings. Eventually, I'm gonna get creative and do different kinds of readings as well. But yeah, there's lots of stuff going on here. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna put you at the end of the list. With Phantom. All right, Raw Rotunga, are you here? Otherwise, Wolf Sci-Fi, please post your question. Okay, so next is going to be Wolf Sci-Fi, Aspen, MV. And then the rule kind of is, like, if one of those people that didn't get their reading in, if they come in next, then I do them next. Otherwise, I'm just moving on. And then they get bumped to the bottom of the list. Okay, what is something that needs to be brought to my awareness right now regarding my relationship? Just generally, how are we doing? Or how it's going to move toward... Oh yeah, because you were asking about what your relationship's going to be like going into 2024 or for the rest of 24. Ooh. What's the... You guys Are you guys very shy? Are you like shy about something about your life or something you're passionate about? I mean, like I'm not gonna kink shame or anything like that. I'm just like there's like something that y'all like to be private, if that makes any sense. There's like an energy of like maybe you guys don't always talk about what you'd actually like to be doing. So like maybe for example you're like I don't know. I don't want to talk about this stuff publicly, if that makes any sense. But like I want it to be like I feel like your partner or you don't always acknowledge that you would like to do XYZ because you're afraid of what the other one thinks. When it's like, well, it's your partner and you guys have been through a bunch of things together and you guys have like a nice well-balanced relationship, but like you got to make sure that you're also looking out for yourself. So we've got the golden mirror, self-absorbed narcissist, one-sided relationship, love bombing. So I feel like in your dynamic, one of you guys, and I don't think it's you, can sometimes be a little focused on themselves and neglect your needs. So your spirit guide team is just kind of pointing out, saying like, hey, please pay attention to any red flags where, for example, like, I feel like sometimes your partner can be... It's like if your partner comes home overwhelmed from work, suddenly that takes up the whole household. So it's like, okay, everything is revolved around helping your partner calm down. But then if you come home from a bad day, you're kind of expected to just shove your feelings off to the side. And it's kind of like your partner, like, he supports you, but I think you're kind of used to not really being given a lot. So it looks and feels normal versus if I sat there and be like, excuse you, sir, go make her a cup of tea and give her a hug. First thing, because like I know my girlfriend, I am not letting my girlfriend sit there and feel that kind of way. Absolutely not. No, like, and And I think your spirit guide team is just saying, acknowledging, like, hey, you should maybe talk to your partner about this, because I feel like your partner, they're not doing this intentionally. I think it's because how they were raised, and I think it's also because that's how you've guys have kind of been. You know what I mean? I feel like you're kind of not used to always standing up for yourself, and so then you kind of just get into the habit of being in the shuffle and being like, oh, no, no, it's okay, it's okay. And it's because you're very soft, and I feel like you have a hard time really using your own voice. So you've got self-indulgence, focus on yourself. Your spirit guide team is very much like saying, like, hey, it's time to wake up and start, like, really focusing on yourself. I know, like, you keep saying it, and you're like, yeah, I'm doing a self-care day, da 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 da, but you're not actually focused on yourself. You're focused on the aesthetic of self-care instead of self-care, and really being like, no, listen, honey, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to rant about this thing at work, but we are not spending 3 hours of a day me listening to you and then me having to sit here and then not keep up with tasks, right? You've got cassette, outdated thinking, conditioning, replaying events over in your head. Yeah, and I do feel like your spirit guide team is kind of reminding yourself that, like, so for example, you're worried about hurting your partner's feelings, or you're in general, like, you're kind of like, your anxiety causes you to loop about certain things, or overstep your boundaries, or there's kind of like you really kind of doubt yourself and question certain things. And so your spirit guide team is saying, like, hey, wolf sci-fi, all right, you are loved, you are precious, it's okay, don't beat yourself up for that one thing that was said. He's a big boy, he can handle it, okay? Like, literally, like, I mean this with the most respect, but I think you should start treating your parent or your partner more like an adult, and not like this parent-child relationship. Like, you're not his parent. You should not be emotionally regulating him, because he's an adult. He can do it. And if anything, that will help him out with his anxiety, so that way he knows that he can take care of himself. Yeah, and in that like looping mindset, a lot of it, it's, it's past trauma, right? We've also got grief. I feel like one of you is dealing with grief really bad in your relationship too. I feel like that's kind of like a hard thing that this person's dealing with, and maybe you guys have it in your own way, but like that grief energy is really, really keeping you stuck. Childish. Yeah, so make sure you don't stay childish. It's okay to be fun and have a good time, but like I said, this whole like 3 hours or spending an exorbitant amount of time processing a one-sided relationship when that person's just repeating themselves over and over again, it's kind of like saying, like, hey, time is ticking, and we could be going out and doing other things or having fun and whatever. Material world. They're saying don't focus so much on the material things as well, because even though this person can financially provide for you, you got to pay attention to all areas of safety in your life. I feel like whenever you're like, I don't know if you go to therapy or when you like talk to people that is like your healing crowd, you don't talk about the things that are actually going wrong, so you're not getting the best advice. So that was very specific, but like that's why when we're saying like, okay, we focus on the material things. Okay, if I tell them to take out the garbage, great, but if I got to remind this grown man to take out the garbage every single week when we've been living together for like 2 or 3 years, that's not okay. All right, that's like basic adult stuff, right? And you should be holding yourself and him to a better standard. Now, obviously, take whatever flexibility you need with your relationship, because if you're both healing from traumas and stuff, like, obviously you don't need to be harsh. However, there also needs to be a certain amount of like, don't be a parent, be a partner. New direction. So I feel like, as part of you guys going through your healing journey, you are going in a new direction, and you're moving in a new direction together. I definitely don't see you guys like breaking up or anything, but I do feel like you might go through some little ups and downs as a result of you guys kind of like becoming more autonomous, and you taking care of yourself more and having less reliance on him too. Because part of the self-care is like you feel emotionally crutched to him, and I think that does put a strain on his relationship too, because then he's also parentified too in his own right. Got abandoned. So there's a lot of abandonment wounds that I think like when you guys kind of really sit down and look at each other, it's like, hey, we're not going to abandon each other, right? And I think you guys are both like really sweet. I think it's just like you're harboring some like hidden kind of buildup from stuff because you've been afraid to talk about things, because you're afraid of abandoning each other. We've got mute. Yeah, start speaking up. You got to speak up. Otherwise, you're not going to get what you want. And like this guy, like, I feel like when you first started to date, he was so eager to please you, and things have kind of mellowed out. And I feel like he is willing to do those things, but you have to ask for it. And I feel it will make him feel stronger in your relationship if you start asking him to do things for you. Because otherwise, he's just gonna kind of use you as a venting post, and then that also makes him feel bad. Because, like, I don't know. Like, everybody, like, I'm sorry, if I have a partner and they don't want anything from me, or they don't need anything from me, you end up kind of feeling a little, like, down because you're not able to, like, please them, or you're not able to do anything for them. Or, I don't know, maybe that's for me because I'm a more masculine person, and I'm assuming that, you know, you're feminine and he's the man. But assuming that's how your genders go anyway. But I'm literally sitting here feeling like for me, I'd be like, hey, like, I'm sorry, if I want to take care of my girlfriend, I want to take care of my girlfriend. I want to go and do something for her because that makes me feel good. It's not me being a simp. It's not me being whatever. I'm like, no, like, I want to go do something for them because that's my love language. So give him the opportunity to do that and show you and prove to you that, you know, he still got it. He still like you. And then finally you got fall, so maybe something is also going to happen significantly in the fall time frame. Maybe you guys like Halloween. Maybe throw a Halloween party or something. But I am seeing a change in your relationship this fall. So, anyways, the Wolf Sci-Fi, thank you so much for being patient and stopping by. I appreciate you, and I wish you the best in your relationship because you guys seem really adorable and really a good match. It's just working through everybody's issues and making sure that you, like, feel comfortable, you know? Sometimes I feel like the masculine energy and he's the femme. Yeah, no, I get you. Yep. And it's like, you know, gender roles are also arbitrary too, you know, but, you know, for 5 minutes' sake, conversationally, that's what I got. Alright, thank you very much. Alright, Aspen, you are up next, then MV, Mindful Mind. No problem. Also, thank you for the subscriber. Yeah, I think you were hanging out here. I think it was Roadkill, was it? It was Road something. Do. Alright, Aspen. Go ahead and ask me a question. Ooh, what is your profile picture? I'm like, is that a doggo with a bow tie? Ooh. Yeah, I like both Wolf, Sci-Fi, and Aspen. I love your profile pictures. Those look creative. No MV, you are next, though. You are after Aspen. So once Aspen posts their question. It does look like a wolf. We'll see. Alright, how will my relationship with my girlfriend continue to grow the rest of the year? I'm a Capricorn and she's an Aries. We're both women, by the way. Okay, awesome. Alright. Yay, excited for me. Thank you so much, MV. Like, oh my gosh, MV, you're like hyping me up. I appreciate you. Makes me feel good. Okay. Aspen, how will my relationship continue to grow the rest of the year? Yeah, it's so funny. You and Wolf Sci-Fi had pretty much the same question, too. Like, interesting. No. Oh, yeah, no, thank you for stopping by, too, Leah. Alright. How is their relationship gonna grow? Okay, so, I'm not gonna lie, Aspen, you and your relationship with your girlfriend's very, like... Are you guys very mysterious? You guys are very unconventional in your relationship. We're friends. Oh! Aspen and Wolf, you guys are friends. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was sitting there going like, that energy, there is no friendship going on there. And then I was like, oh, well, that's because that's girlfriend. You were asking about your girlfriend, and I was picking up on that energy, and then I read that, and then I was like, you and your girlfriend are not just friends, hon. I was like, nope, that is not what I'm feeling. Okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you guys both for stopping by. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so relationship between you and your girlfriend. Ooh. Okay, Spirit. Wow. I gotta like. Yes. No. Yes. Hey, Anissa. Hello. Hello. I'll go ahead and get you on the list in a minute. Yeah. So you and your relationship with your girlfriend. Yeah, like I feel like I don't want to say you guys are like hot and cold because that's like not that's not the best description, but you guys definitely kind of like you move into different phases, if that makes any sense of your relationship. And I feel like when it came to you guys dating, it was almost like you hit it off right away and you knew that you'd be lovers, but then you're also like you go through stages of friendship, I feel. Or you kind of just are kind of pacing it, but because you guys don't have the same like sexual pressure as you do with relationships with guys, I can tell is like one of you exclusively only dates women and then the other one kind of bi or had more relationships with men, because I do feel like that kind of plays into the element of your dynamic. If not, don't listen to that, but like I'm definitely feeling like one partner's kind of a little bit more on that masculine leading, or at least a little bit more I don't want to say how do I word this? Basically, one partner has like a very consistent type of person that they date versus the other one is into varieties of the way they date, if that makes any sense. And you guys balance each other out well. All right, so we've got your thoughts are lying to you on this. So I don't know if you've been second guessing something, Aspen, but your spirit guide team is saying like, hey, you can let this go. So I think that's something you both are going to be working on. Is like maybe you guys sometimes get in your head about what the other person thinks a little bit. I think you outgrew a lot of this from your earlier aspects of the relationship, but I feel like maybe you're still hung up on something in particular. You need more stable income. Yeah, so maybe there's something going on financially between you two that your spirit guide team is saying, hey, it's okay that you've got a passion for something, but there needs to be a little bit more groundedness to this energy. We've also got love yourself through this. Oh, so maybe maybe you guys have like had some recent conflict of some kind, or maybe like there's kind of like maybe you get really insecure or feel bad about something. Your speaker team is just being like, listen, she's not like that other person. I don't know if like maybe you keep referring back to an old partner or something, but there's definitely like kind of this energy of like, hey, when you're being really hard on yourself, please love yourself. Like the only way you're gonna stop those critical thoughts is by loving yourself through it and just saying, hey, no. All right, we're going to love ourselves right now. We're not going to talk to ourselves that way. And the only way through this icky feeling is love, right? You can't control what she thinks or feels, but you also can't always control how you feel. So the only alternative is to love yourself through it. It's like when a kid, flunks a test at school, you're not going to sit there and be like, all right, Jimmy, you're out on the streets, all right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you failed your 5th grade math test. You're never coming back home. You're disgrace. Like, no, you don't do that. And I mean, maybe somebody's parent did that, or maybe that's kind of a criticalness that you obtained from childhood. But like, yeah, don't treat yourself that way. It's like it's not Jimmy's fault that he failed the test, and sometimes, you're not gonna pass every test. And I think that's kind of the analogy you need in terms of your relationship, because like relationships are not like tests. They are not, like yes, no, I did this right, I did this wrong, I need this right. And then it's like, no, like you exist with partners. You create relationships. You feel, you know what I mean? And so like don't be so hard on yourself. MV, are you asking for my name? My name is Chris, or I go by Christian. Yeah, Christian's my name, but yeah, Chris is another one I go by, so don't know why I did that. All right, your truth lies in the whispers of your soul. Look around and you'll see. Yeah, so basically I feel like there's like certain aspects of your relationship too to pay attention to, where I don't know. Pay attention. Pay attention to yourself in the relationship. You know, love yourself through it. You know what I mean? Because, like, maybe, for example, like, you kind of been in the swing within your relationship, and then, like, when you're being critical in yourself, kind of pause and be like, all right, in my relationship with my girlfriend, I think about her every time I go to the grocery store and I pick out this certain type of pasta because we had this silly conversation a few like years back about blah blah blah, and it turns out that, you know, she hates that kind of pasta and blah blah blah, and because of that silly conversation I'll always remember that she hates this kind of pasta. But like, I don't know, you've got like a very detailed mind, or like the way you care about her shows up in a very beautiful, unique way to you. And I feel like when you get really hard on yourself in your relationship, especially during like time, like lower times, like I don't feel like you guys like really fight, but it's kind of like there's just ups and downs, and you second guess yourself. Your spirit guide team's just being like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, pay attention to how you are and showing up in that relationship, because that is important to recognize that that's a piece of who you are. And that should be part of your self-love routine, is like looking at how you love others. Look at how you take care of people you care about. That's a huge element. Like, not many people get partners that remember little details like that, or willing to, like, I don't know, I can see you making like little, like, for their birthday, little baskets of like their favorite snack or whatever, or like maybe you get crystals or whatever specifically you do for your partner. But like, that's such a cute thing, and I think you should appreciate and value that about yourself, because that's a great element of who you are. You know what I mean? That's cute. um Five of Pentacles. Yeah, so again, I do feel like financial constraints is a factor in your relationship. So as you kind of are growing together, you're learning to accept each other as you move through these things. We've got the Eight of Swords in reverse, and they're basically saying, like, you know, get out of your head. You know, it's time you start breaking free from the old patterns and releasing old traumas that are stopping you from being more vulnerable in your relationship with her. I feel like she is a safe person, but I feel like you're still learning to be in a safe space, if that makes sense. Eight of Cups. Yep, you know, you're moving towards more emotional fulfillment, but also releasing some of the olds that might hurt a little bit. The Devil in reverse. Yep, stop giving in to temptations. I feel like you're also kind of identifying some of your flaws that are coming forward in your relationship. Sorry, my nose is getting clogged up. We got karmic, third party personality, or third party relationship lesson. Settling. Yeah, I feel like, to make sure you're not getting too cozy in your relationship too, because you don't want to get into bad old patterns. Disconnected, and then numbing. Yeah, so maybe you're kind of dealing with a couple of those things, and so your partner's in a position where she's kind of like trying to support you, but it can be hard on her sometimes. So that's why you just gotta love yourself through it. You know, it's gonna be okay. And you're doing the best you can, you know, and you've got a supportive friend right here to help you out. All right, anyways, though, Aspen, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed your reading. You know, come hang out sometime. All right, that was Aspen's reading. So now we got MV, Mindful Mind, Fad, Maverick, Rosie, and Leah. Let me make sure I didn't miss someone else. Oh, Anis, or Anissa. You're gonna be after Leah. No problem, Aspen. Wishing you the best. Alright, MV, it is time. You have been so patient. I appreciate you. Okay, what is your question, MV? And then after that, we've got Mindful Mind, then Fad. Case Soliloquies. I can get you on the list because it's first come, first serve, but it will be in a little bit. Thank you for stopping by. Like and subscribe, because I do also do free readings every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. So in case you end up having to leave before I get to your reading, you can like and subscribe. And then there's also collective readings at the beginning of my messages as well. So, alright, can I get an energy check-in on my ex? Is there any future for us? If he won't be in my future, then who will I be with?
All right, so that's like 3 questions. I'm gonna just focus on an energy check on your ex. Okay. Energy check on MV's ex. Okay, MV. This person feels very, like, kind of stagnant. Energy check. I'm just excited for it. Aw, I appreciate you. No. Oh, thank you, Rosie. Thank you so much. Ooh, oh my gosh. What? This X. Okay, yeah, you got the 5 of Swords. You got Strength. I feel like, yeah, I appreciate you, Rosie. Oof. What kind of a breakup did you have? I don't feel like it was like that dramatic, but he's kind of like, I don't know. Does he have a hard time talking about things? Because I'm kind of just like, I'm a little stumped by this energy. So we've got elusive, so I feel like he's very, like, I don't know if he, like, got off of social media or he's not on social media, but this person to me is telling me he does not speak up about his feelings and thoughts and whatnot. We've got shadow work, so maybe he's kind of, like, needing to work on himself. Kind of cold breakup where things were left unsaid. Yeah, no, I'm feeling that. I'm like, he's got some inner stuff he's battling. And we've got victim. I feel like he's playing victim a little bit. Like, so for example, like I'm seeing like these, his hand is like hand tied with rope. I feel like it's very much, he feels like his hands were tied, and I feel like he projects a lot of blame externally and then doesn't communicate it. And he doesn't want to resolve it. So I don't feel like he's very, like, I don't even say it's not really immaturity. I mean, like, it kind of is. But it's really coming from a place of this is just how he's used to operating, and he really doesn't like to share his thoughts and feelings as part of his personality. So, like, you dating him, I think, opened him up in a certain kind of way, and so I think by this breakup, it really caused him to, like, close off. And I feel like he kind of just was like, it's like literally I see, like, you know, like with cats when you feed them and they really don't like the food, it like used to be their favorite, now they hate it. It's just like literally taking the bowl and just shoving it away and being like, nope, absolutely not. Yeah, we've got crossroads, so I feel like there's also something about your connection with him that was like very much like you had to make a choice, and it's either I'm going this way or you're going that way. And yeah. Yeah, no, and like one thing, MV, this is a person that does not open up a lot. So however this ended, I don't even feel like he's being fully fair towards you. I think a lot of it, again, there's like this lack of emotional intelligence, but it's also he doesn't understand his own thoughts and feelings. We've got third party, so maybe there was an influence of somebody else, maybe like a parent. I feel like maybe a parent maybe said something, or like he's got like other eyes on him, and that's why he's used to being very mysterious. I feel like he doesn't share his personal life because he doesn't trust his home life. So there's a lot of kind of like thoughts and mind games that he has to navigate, and that's why he's usually playing it safe. And I feel like he's like kind of moving backwards. Lost, ghosted, blocked, and cut off. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling he's just feeling very emotionally lost right now. And emotionally lost towards you. Like, I feel like he really doesn't, I don't feel like he wants to process you guys' breakup. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like he's using it to justify his behavior of blocking and ghosting, and I think that's kind of harmful to both of you, but I think that's just how he is dealing with this breakup. Yeah, he was a lot popular with girls before he dated me. My insecurities kicked in. Oh, wow. Look at you being a player. Let me see. Research more information. Yeah, I feel like don't know. Maybe you should look into avoidant attachment. Avoidant attachment style, but researching information. I don't know if you're like kind of doing the researching right now to try to figure out what the heck happened to get some closure. I'm going to tell you right now, it's really hard to get closure from situations like this. Self-discipline is needed right now. Yeah, definitely make sure that you are taking self-discipline and take action and charge about you moving on, because those kinds of breakups, MV, I'm not going to lie, they can mess you up depending on how you heal yourself from them, because you're constantly sitting there going like, well, what if we would have done this? What if? You know, and especially the way that it's fresh and raw and it hurt. Like, I'm just kind of reminding you that, you know, you still have a lot of time left ahead of you. You still know that your thoughts and emotions and feelings were real, and regardless of how he behaved afterwards, that is not your responsibility, and that is not something that, you know, should be pinned on you at all. You know what I mean? Because, like, he's the one that's not handling this maturely, because he's not used to opening up, right? And because he is trying to manage his emotions by like really slamming the wall down. That has nothing to do with what you did. I'm just letting you know that right now. Like, it's not your responsibility. He's got to work on some inner stuff, and that has nothing to do with you. It was weird. He texted me a lot last day, and then we decided a lot of things, and then he completely ghosted and said, I just want to be friends. Yeah, something happened, and it's not your fault. All right, it's absolutely not your fault, and, you know, try to find whatever closure you can in regards to that, because understanding that when a person does that, that has everything to do with them and them not being able to handle being emotionally vulnerable. You know, and sometimes, you know, people get scared when you actually are like raw and real with a person, especially like, for example, if he was like Mr. Popular and you were like his first real like girlfriend where he was able to open up and maybe something happened or he was feeling really insecure. Yeah, he can just do that. And then when that happened, he went to Texas to meet his cousins, but I know one of his friends with benefits lives there. Yeah. But I mean, like, at this point though, you know, you shouldn't really be focusing on what he's doing now. I'd say just focus on the positives and, you know, try to move forward, you know, and just understand that, like, especially like at the stage that both of you are at in life right now, a lot of this stuff isn't going to make sense. And it may not be until when you're older that you can really kind of look back on it and be like really like detached and impartial to say, hey, you know, like, guess what? You know, sometimes emotions are hard to process as young people, and they're going to do a bunch of weird things. And that happens. But anyways, though, MV, I hope you enjoyed your reading. Thank you so much for hanging out and waiting. Yep, I'm still taking reads. I'll put you on the list, okay? Cecil. Alright, so Mindful Mind, you are up, then Fad, then Maverick. Those are the top 3 people that are up next. Then it's Rosie, Leah, Anissa, Kay Soliloquies, and then Cecil. That's our list right now. And then Let's Go, Phantom, and Raratonga. Either of you guys, you technically were moved to the end of the list. So if you guys are floating out there, you're on here. But yeah, Mindful Mind, you are up. Then Fad or Maverick. Just kind of poke your head in the chat to show me that you are still here. Also, by the way, guys, for all the new people, we have cookies. So, I know you can't have them, but I'm sharing them with you, so you know that they're here, and I'm thinking of you. Alright, Mindful Mind, Fad, Maverick. Please poke your head in the chat so that way I know that you are around. Cause this is Alright. Okay, cool, Maverick, you're here. Let me hear from Mindful Mind or Fad. Okay. Alright, Mindful Mind. I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds. And then I'm gonna go to Fad. Then Maverick. Hi, Kay. Yeah, it'll be a little bit more. I'd say like maybe 15 minutes. Maybe 15, 20 minutes, depending. So what happens when it comes to the viewership count actually isn't accurate. What happens is people will be watching the live and then they have a different tab open. So that's why I usually go by counting down. Okay, Mindful Mind. I'm going to move on to Fad. And then I'm doing Maverick because they're both checking in here. Okay, Fad, what is your question? Ooh, they look like good cookies. Yeah, they're chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, so they were tasty. All right, I would like an energy check to know Eamon's feelings about me at this moment. Thank you. All right, Eamon's feelings for Fad. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at your reading. I'm laughing at something I thought, and my spirit guides were laughing at me for. I feel like sometimes like when you get into this business, you end up creating a relationship with your guides where they just have a very particular way of calling you out on things. So like, say for example, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna ignore this advice, okay, from like people that tell you this thing over and over again, and then it's not until that one random moment in time where it's like completely unrelated to what you're doing, and you look up and you're like, oh, I know why my spirit guide team laughed at me. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do this right now in front of everybody. Okay, cool, we're gonna do that. That's how that works. Alright, anyway, okay, Fad, this is Eamon's feelings about you. Okay, so you got soulmates, not today, and I like you. So definitely, I feel like he's definitely picking up on your energy. I feel like... Sorry, I'm trying to not, like, let past bias from his energy in, because I'm trying to be, like... I don't know, I feel like he keeps, like, going back and forth with you. Like, so for example, like, that soulmate energy, it's like, I feel like he really is, like... He's got cute feelings for you, he's got the I like you, but, like, the not today is telling me that he's very, like, stubborn and resistant towards you in the connection. And I feel like he's kind of, like, going through his own, like, changes. Do some chores. So your spirit guide teams are saying, like, hey, you know, kind of get out of your head a little bit. Make sure that you're, like, taking care of yourself right now. For him, wisdom is needed right now, so I feel like he doesn't really know how to proceed with this connection. I feel like he's very analytical and is in his head a lot. Like, I definitely, like, is he kind of nerdy? Because I'm definitely seeing him as somebody who would rather analyze a woman's behavior and then makes a completely false assumption about a woman because he's trying to use masculine male logic brain to assess somebody that thinks similarly but on a completely different wavelength, and then so he sits there and goes like, according to my calculations, XYZ should have happened and this person does not like me, and then leaves, and then they're like, no, actually I was sending you signals the whole time. Like, I feel like he has a hard time understanding the opposite sex, like their cues and other things like that. Think carefully about the outcome you want. Yeah, so I think that right now, when it comes to you, he's in his head. He's really, like, analyzing and internalizing things. He's very, like, internally conflicted, too. Yeah, we've got the Five of Wands, so that's, like, conflict. Again, more signs of, like, internal conflict when it comes to you. Queen of Wands, I feel like he feels like you show up very, very feminine. So there's something about he really appreciates your appearance and something about, like, the way you take care of things. Yeah, I don't know. He's very analytical. Yes, we broke up today. We talked, but we keep going around the problem without solving it. Yeah, a lot of it, I won't lie, Fad. I think a lot of it has to do with his brain and how he's wired and how he's not able to understand things. So we've got Nine of Cups, so it's like, the Nine of Cups is telling me, it's like, you're almost there. Like, you almost hit happiness, but, like, that's this big thing. And again, so you also got the sun. So yeah, he sees you as a very positive influence in his life, and like you bring a lot of light to him. Yeah, like even though you guys, I mean, like I know you said you broke up today, but I'm really feeling, yeah, I don't know, maybe kind of talk to him about like, I don't know, there's something about like the way he thinks is, it's kind of like not his fault, but he needs to be on top of learning to communicate better and learning how to work through that, because I feel like that's very harmful to your relationship balance, and I feel like he doesn't understand that he's different, if that makes any sense. I feel like he kind of like chalks it up like, oh, it's just like a quirk. Meanwhile, it's like, no, like you might actually have like a learning disability, or you might have some kind of an inability to pick up on certain social cues, and that will harm your relationships if you're not able to talk about it. I feel like he doesn't always admit when he's like hurting, or when he doesn't understand something. And I mean, like, maybe just kind of ask him honestly, being like, hey, do you like struggle with social cues? Or is like, there's some, like, do you feel anxious randomly? I feel like it's very subconscious too. But it's a problem he's had in the past. And I think that's why he's like, I do think he is like distrusting of the situation, because he's kind of like, he's not seeing you for what it is, if that makes any sense. Like I said, like he's very like articulate and like mathematical, and it's like I kind of see like the engineer who's like working on a math problem that we already have the answer, we already solved it, but he wants to learn all the 50 different ways to solve the math problem. So you have to like kind of rein him in a little bit. So that may be something to keep in mind with your relationship with him, is saying, hey, you know, I do feel like we have a really great connection here. However, if you're not actively working on our dynamic and not trying to become more socially aware, then this isn't going to work out. You know, I don't know. Again, it's already not working out, but yeah, I don't know. It's like it's not you. It's like it's literally his brain, and I feel kind of bad because it's like he does really miss you already and care about you. So I just say kind of sit with it for a little bit, you know, and then also kind of ask yourself, like, you know, maybe if you like really ask yourself if you had a better way of communicating with him, or if there was like a way you could kind of work through his mental limitations, would you be able to still make it work? You know what I mean? Like maybe try to consider that, because I do feel like you guys have a strong connection. It's just kind of like he just works differently. Mostly he gives me excuses that don't make any sense to end all the years we've been together. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's really bittersweet. I'm sorry, Fad. You know, and I mean, like, obviously, like, you know, he can feel how he wants, but, like, if it's not working, then it's not working, you know? And I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and doing what you need to do to take care of yourself. You know, there's no sense in staying in something that's just going to hold you back long term. All right, well, anyways, though, that was your reading. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sending you love. All right, Maverick, I can now get to your reading. Let me pull up your question, because you were asking about your mom. Yeah, let me go back and find it. It says, I do want to ask my question. I want to ask about my family, especially my mom. How's it going to work out from here and out? Okay. Okay, Maverick, so you and your mom. Oh my gosh, whoa. She is a very explosive personality. Like, holy cow, wow. I don't know, I've seen people with, like, big personalities when I'm doing these readings, but your mom, wow, she goes out. Like, she's like, man, she makes the whole world know when she is upset. She's definitely, like, she gets the whole village involved. And I don't know about what's going on with you, Maverick, but I feel like, have you been getting, like, messages from family members with whatever happened, or whatever, people, like, trying to, like, gang up on you? Because I'm definitely feeling like you're, like, kind of a scapegoat. for stuff, this is really unfortunate. I'm sorry. But yeah, she just loves to cause chaos in your life, and I feel like, and I don't know, I just want to validate you real fast because I feel like this has really impacted your relationships because it's like you can't naturally get away from your mom unless you completely cut contact with your family, which you don't want to do because you've got a you're a family oriented person, but it's like it's really hard to be family oriented with somebody who does not behave like your average adult. Like she stands out. Okay, let me go ahead, flip the thing. All right, we've got I am by your side. So this is kind of your spirit guide team and God just letting you know and reminding you that God is by your side during this whole thing. So anytime that you're sitting there struggling, pray about it, ask God, Jesus, whoever you follow, they're by your side right now. And they're also worth consulting if you're sitting there getting stressed and overwhelmed because you need to make sure that you are not shutting down while facing this conflict because I know this is a lot, but like she's getting to a point now where it's like it's really impacting you and it's only gonna hurt worse the longer this goes on. Do what feels right. I feel like your spirit guide team's also kind of reminding you that you do have a lot of power and control, and ultimately because you have only control over you, there is really not a lot that you can do behavior wise that's going to stop this person. I mean, short of you like sedating her or whatever. Like I'm not saying that to like be mean or whatever. I'm trying to make it lighthearted, but like the point is like if you are sitting and trying to have a conversation, then she gets up and leaves and throws things, do what you feel is right because ultimately whatever decision you make, it may not result in better consequences, being perfectly honest. And so that's why they're saying whatever feels good to you is going to be the best option that you have. Because it's not always going to work in your favor. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't, but whatever you can live with, knowing that that's what you did, that's more important because it's about your relationship with you after dealing with this person. Make sure you're eating right. So they're also saying like, if you've been avoiding taking care of yourself due to the stress of the situation, please make sure that you're doing the right thing. Make sure you're eating your fruits and vegetables because when you're stressed, it makes it harder to make good decisions about this stuff. Separation, sadness, missing you, think about you, yearning, unsafe for the future. Yeah, so I'm feeling like, you may need to separate from her for a bit. I feel like maybe you have been in separation or whatever and maybe you're trying to come back, but I feel like your spirit guide team is saying like, again, do what feels right, but separating yourself from the situation is really going to probably have more of an impact than you realize, and I think like you need to be able to regain your peace again. Again, I feel like you really miss her, but I don't think you're going to be able to reach her at this time, and I feel like it's going to be hurting you more to continue to try to force a situation that's not going to change, right? And then maybe a separation is what she needs, and say, hey, if you continue to treat me this way, see ya. Sayonara. I mean, I'm saying this as someone who I've estranged from my family before, not due to a situation like yours, but I can tell you that, like, the first, like, year of separation was really, really cathartic. Not gonna lie. It sucked, if you can handle it, but, like, I gained a lot of peace and closure from that. We got plugged, tuned into the internet, connected. Be careful what you post on social media. I feel like you've got friends and family members that watch your social media and what you post religiously. So maybe unplug for a little bit from the social media so that way you can kind of just be like, all right, hey, I'm focusing on me. I'm going to go touch some grass and I'm going to leave all the keyboard warriors to their thing. Because that's just a mess. We've got awakening. So the good news is about your situation is you are awakening to the situation. You're becoming aware of your own actions. You're becoming aware of how this is impacting you, and you're becoming aware of what you can and can't change. You know what I mean? And I think awareness is a really important thing. An awakening to your own authentic power. Drama queen. Oh my gosh, thirsty, causing chaos. Yeah, just drama queen central. which you have no control over that. We've got fear. Yes, fear is limiting your thoughts right now in terms of this connection, and you want to make sure that you don't let fear drive your decision making. I know you're afraid for her health. I know you're afraid that if you do X, Y, and Z, something bad's going to happen. But remember, she's the drama queen. So what is really the worst thing that's going to happen? Because she's been driving herself into a tizzy for years. She doesn't have as much leverage over you as you think she does, especially not when you were younger. And especially her health is causing her to not be able to move around and have the same mobility. So really, you standing up for yourself is not going to have the big disastrous impact that it may have had in the past. Admired. Remember, you are also admired by your community. A lot of people respect you, and it's time that you kind of step into that power and be like, okay, if I can do all this other shit in my work environment, if I can go out there and accomplish these things in my life despite my past and despite what's going on, then I have the responsibility to myself to remember who I am despite facing this intimidating person. You know what I mean? Like, and it's intimidating not because she's like actually like a scary person, but because she's your mom. Anybody needing to confront a family member that's unhinged, that's hard. And especially when they're older, and especially when they're not listening, or if their health is impacting them, that's a lot of different factors. And so it's also really hard to be able to say no, right? But you are able to do it. I mean, like, you know the heck you are, so don't let anybody else do that. Yeah, ascending. I feel like you're kind of growing into your power again as you go into this next chapter, where it's like, all right, you're facing the demon, you're facing the big bad whatever, and I'm gonna tell you right now, you've worked up to this. You have the strength and power to do it. Just stay grounded and remember who the heck you are. That's really going to be the most important thing, because remember, it's like you can love a family member, but ultimately, if they are behaving and acting a certain way that is not in accordance with your boundaries, then you are responsible for saying, nope, this isn't okay. Like, Mom, I love you, but if you talk to me the way that again, I'm going to leave, and then we're going to come back 20 minutes later, and then we're going to have this conversation again. We're going to continue to do that. Or if I don't feel like continuing that, then I'm just going to leave, and then we'll come back another day and try again. You know? And then union. I do feel like you have the potential to work things out with her, as long as you're able to stand your ground, okay? Make sure that you are being open and honest with yourself before walking into the situation. But, yeah. I'm seeing you can do it. You know, work hard. I do feel like there's some traditional values that are getting in the way, and I think, like, you know, have compassion for what she's been through and what you know and what you don't know. And just try to be a rock for yourself and for others during this time. You know, I think you got it. I think it will work out in its own way. The first thing to understand is to not control her. And I think just kind of like staying still as a rock, letting the waves hit, and then when the waves calm down, then start having a conversation. Anyways, though, Maverick, I hope you enjoyed your reading. Wish you the best of luck on your situation with your mom. That was actually well timed, because I too am going to be having a similar, not quite similar because we have different situations, but I get you. I get you with the family stuff. Difficult conversations arising, but we will be able to do it. All right, thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, Rosie, you are up. Then it's gonna be Leah, then Anissa, then Kay, then Cecil. And then I'm gonna say Cecil is the last one for tonight. You're welcome, Maverick. Oh my gosh. I almost forgot I had a cold. Oh my goodness. Okay, Rosie, it's your turn. Then Leah, and then Anissa. Oh, Cece. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I see it now, because it's CC Love 84. My bad. I wrote that down wrong. Thanks for correcting me. I always feel bad, like, when people don't correct me, and then I sit there and call them the wrong thing the whole time, and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I just noticed a bump on my arm. Okay, Rosie, Leah, Anissa. Any of you three, please pop your head in the chat. So that way I know that you're here. Rosie, Leah, Anissa, Kay. Case soliloquies. Please pop your head in the chat so that way I know you're here. Also, Roratonga, Let's Go, Phantom or Mindful Mind. Any of you guys, if you're here, please pop your head in the chat. Okay, Kay. Yeah, because if I don't hear from Rosie, Leah, or Anissa, then it's going to be UK, then Cece. Hope you guys are doing alright while you're waiting. Hope you got a snack. I'm a huge advocate for having snacks while watching this live stream. There was like literally a time a couple weeks ago when I first was starting this, I had like leftover chicken that I didn't get to finish before the live stream. So I literally at the end of doing readings, I was like, okay guys, I'm tired. I'm gonna sit and eat some chicken. And I just sat and talked with people and ate chicken. And it was great. And I was on for like another 2 hours talking with people. Oh my gosh, I love those kinds of streams. Rosie, hi, I'm torn. Do I ask about a job or a dude? What are you feeling? I'm thinking about ordering some gummy bears. Good call. Good call. Show me my hair. Alright, yeah, so like my hair is up in like a bun that's like falling apart. But like the sides of my head are shaved. And it's like shaved the whole way around, so yeah, otherwise my hair is normally like here. I'm cooking wontons for some salad. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and I've got like red hair that's like growing out. Ugh. Your avatar, love it. Oh, thank you. Oh man, I could go for salad. Dude, you know you're getting older when you start looking forward to salads. Okay, like, can we just, like, stop and think about that for a moment? Because I used to be like, I gotta eat a salad to be healthy and blah, blah, blah. Now, like, if I don't eat vegetables after a certain amount of days, my body feels weird. It's like, okay, a dude. I stepped back from him, Ryan, but I feel him pulling on my energy. IDK, why I'm so affected. Only met him one time. Help me understand. I think he's coming back. IDK, what to do? Right? No, but you feel me about the salad thing, right, Maverick? I'm like sitting here just like, dang, like, like I get all crabby. And I'm like, I'm an Aries. Oh my gosh, what's with all these Aries? Listen, okay, so for y'all's information, about like 50% of my chart is Scorpio, so I'm like very Scorpio. I'm like I'm authentic, okay? And I have a lot of Aries friends, and I get Aries on my show all the time, and it's so funny. Are you seeing my post? Yes, Rosie. I don't know if you can hear me. There might be a delay. But I'm definitely seeing you. Picking you up on this guy's energy. Ooh, I feel it, man. So you only met him once? Because I'm like the sexual tension between you two is like, damn, girl, damn. Okay, yeah, what's going on with this? Oof, wow, there's a lot of, yeah, it just feels very sexual in nature. I don't know if what your belief system is, Rosie, but you might want to maybe do some cord cutting. That might help assist it, but I do feel like the reason why he's pulling on your energy is because there's something about your own energy you're not noticing. Says the universe feels different about your priorities. And your gut says no. Yeah, so there's something about, like, I feel like he's really kind of confusing you because you're kind of like, well, because I'm sensing this guy, that means there must be some kind of a spiritual tie, right? And I'm not necessarily feeling that, but I do feel there's kind of like an energetic match, if that makes sense. So there's like, there's soul tides and soul cords, and then there's like, fated relationships and whatnot, but like, yeah, no, it's very intense. Like, I'm feeling like I'm literally here. I'm just like, oh, I'm like, I gotta like put some clothes on while I'm like sitting here. I'm like, I'm wearing like jeans and a t-shirt, and I'm like, don't look, guys. Like, dang, like, um, yeah, I feel like he's got a weird hook in your energy. So we've got the Fool and then the Six of Swords in reverse. I'm definitely feeling like this feels a lot more like his energy than yours. I feel like you're just very sensitive to his energy, and I feel like you don't know how to cut cords with this type of chemistry just yet. Maybe because you've been kind of like lacking that level of intense divine sexual relationship. Have you ever had a relationship that was really spiritually charged sexually? Because sexual spiritual relationships are very, very different than ones that are love based, because they can be very, very addictive and very hard to break out, depending on if you know your body well. Says no, I'm feeling like he's probably not somebody. Are you guys able to hear me? Sorry, my internet went out real fast. Are you guys able to hear me? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, we've got emptiness. Yeah, I feel like he is kind of like exposing a void that you have with your sexuality. We've got sold, moving, physical location change. Yeah, I feel like you moved on pretty quickly, and I feel like it's kind of like you're feeling the lacking absence of that passion in your life. Divine masculine again. Like, I'm seeing this. I mean, like, look at that photo of that dude. I mean, hot damn. You know what I mean? Like, this guy just exudes that confident energy, and I feel like maybe you're really craving that masculine counterpart in your life right now. We've got guide. I feel like use that sexual energy to guide you rather than to make it about your relationship with him. I think it really has to do to that connection within yourself, and try to like follow the energy. I cut him off. I've seen him in public 3 times since then. What the fuck? Yeah, well, the reason why is because, so here's the thing, right? Just because you're not meant to have an actual like romantic relationship with the person, the reason why they keep coming back into your life is they're trying to show you something explicitly. So, and one of the problems is if you don't feel like you can cut them off. So say for example you do a cord cutting, you do all the right things and they're still popping up, that's a sign that there's something within yourself that's being reflected back to you that you need to pay attention to. So for example, if you have been, say for example, you're very happy and whatnot, but then this person exposes a new version of your sexuality, explore it. Do it on your own first, or maybe sit with that energy and then figure out how have you been maybe not connecting with that on your own, and then being open and willing to attract that sort of person. You know what I mean? Because you don't have to, like, obviously devote yourself to every guy that's good and bad, or creates that kind of a dynamic, because obviously this guy stands out to you, right? I personally, it does not feel like soulmate energy to me. I think it's more so an awakening of or like breaking down a boundary within yourself that you weren't aware that you had, and now you're trying to learn to cope with this new knowledge of yourself. We've got non-action, so I feel like, you know, you're definitely not taking action and he's not. I mean, he's sleeping around, he's doing his thing. But I'd say use the experiences as a guide to be like, okay, this experience brought me this craving. So then where else can I find this? And we've got invading. So one problem that I do have from a spiritual perspective is this energy is invading your energy field though. So getting grounded back within yourself would be important, and also making sure that you are clearing out your body as well. Just because at the end of the day, just because it's intense does not necessarily mean that the person is healthy for you, right? So take the lesson from it, but release all the other energy from it. And it could be too, maybe there's stuff in your sexual history that you get very enmeshed or entangled with partners and are not able to fully cut off from them. So whenever you meet someone with a very intense sexual compatibility, that makes it a lot harder to pull away from them. Because it's also highlighting a need or a loss of some kind that you've already dealt with in the past. We've got lost, ghosted, blocked, cutting off. Yeah, and I feel like, you know, you feel lost and cut off. I feel like even if you were the one that initiated cutting it off, I feel like you still feel blocked by this energy. And I think that's something that you should sit with. I'm manifesting another adult friend left. I left an abusive relationship trauma bond 2 years ago and couldn't have sex for so long, and I'm very sexual, so I thought I manifested Ryan. Yeah, no, so that's another reason too why to really pay attention to that sexual energy, because that can keep you trapped if you're not careful with it. I had to go how to do to cord cut, and I'm thinking of expanding spiritually. Talking to Kyle now, Gemini, so we will see. Yeah, you can find cord cutting tutorials online, or TikTok, whatever social media that you use, but they're pretty common. I do a form of cord cutting that's a Nordic base called Seether, where basically you do cord cuttings for 3 days, and damn did that help me out. It really helps me out, because part of how the test works is you first have to acknowledge what you learned, what you loved about them, and why you need to let them go. You have to go through 3 phases of that, and then you can fully cut the cord. Because otherwise, if you're not ready to let go, cord cutting doesn't do shit. But you gotta like really commit to wanting to cut that cord. Does he even want to see me again? I have a friend who wants to help me with cutting. I'm feeling he's indifferent. I mean, I think, yeah, would he sleep with you again? Yes, but I feel like your spirit guide team's saying, like, hey, I don't think it's beneficial to you. Because I think it's gonna get you back in an old cycle that you're trying to break away from. Anyways, though, Rosie, that was your reading. Thank you so much. Thank you for the like and subscribe, and, you know, you'll be seeing me in the future, I guess. Alright, anyways, Leah, you were up. Anissa, Kay, Soliloquies, and, then Cece. And then I'm done for the night. No problem. I wish you the best, girl. Hey, Leah, Anissa, or Kay. Are any of you guys still around? Leah, Anissa, or Kay? Okay. Alright, Kay, I'm just gonna go ahead and get to your reading. Alright, what do you want? What are you feeling today? Oh, thank you for being patient too. I know these live streams are rough, because they're just really long, because there's just so many people, and like I'm like trying to, like, you know, keep it entertaining while also still getting readings in and whatnot. I hope I can find it, because after the internet cut out. Thank you, Cece. Let me see. Where? Okay. Alright, I think I found it. Alright. I was in an extreme toxic workplace till December 23rd. Felt like my colleagues would physically hurt me. Bosses were blaming me. Oh my gosh. They called on divine intervention to get out. I want to know how they feel now. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, Kay. Jeez. Wow. Oh my gosh. Toxic work. All I can say is they are better off without you because they had some issues, dude. I don't know what it was. This is gonna sound kind of weird, Kay, but I feel like there's something about your energy, and I don't know if you've noticed this in your life, but like I feel like people just really like take stuff out on you. Yeah, no, this kind of feels like a weird energetic like hole. I've never felt this before. It's almost like, so say for example, it's like you walk in and then they walk in and then suddenly there's just this giant karma hole that opened up where it was kind of like you're the scapegoat. Basically, for some reason you were at the right place at the wrong time and like they just all dumped their shit onto you. You know, you left for obvious reasons, and then now they're okay. Like, I mean, they're obviously not okay, but it's literally like I feel like they just like took all this energy. Hey, Stangy, welcome to the live stream. All right. So, you know, not victim blaming you. This is not your fault, but I literally feel like they just dumped all this energy on you and then left. And then I feel also some other people have left too since you've been there, which I think kind of helped the vibe. But we've got irresponsible, so I feel like they're very like your workplace is full of irresponsible people. Yeah, Stangy, if you want a reading, go ahead and post your question in the chat. Otherwise, come hang out. I have cookies that I'm gonna sit and eat after this. Um, No, I'm not gonna lie, they don't know what they did is effed up because I feel like these people are that toxic. Like they're literally like the kind of people that literally are like, let's make a bunch of dead baby jokes in front of the coworker that like just had a miscarriage and everybody knows it and they just don't care. Like that's kind of messed up, right? But like that is like the level of lack of awareness these people have. We've got guarded, yeah. So I feel like the office place is kind of like on edge a little bit, and like definitely like, so like the boss was very controlling, or like the environment was very controlled. So it's kind of like, oh my gosh. All right, this reminds me a lot of like back when I used to work retail, like right out of high school, where it was like, say you're like working at Sephora, and like the managers and all the employees act like they are like top shit. Like they're sitting there just like, oh my gosh, we're exclusive because we're Sephora. And like, if you weren't working that environment, nobody would ever think Sephora's that exclusive, right? I mean, like, yeah, there's some quality brands at Sephora, but like nobody's sitting there going like, oh my god, she works at Sephora. She works at Sephora. You know what I mean? Like, there's very much like this controlled, like, we're gonna pretend like we're like top shit, but we're really just really fucking insecure and toxic, and we're just gonna take it out on everybody else. Yeah, so again, guarded, so I feel like you always had to be on your guard when you were there. Elusive. Yeah, so I feel like almost like, I don't know if you had to do commissions or something where you were working, but there's definitely like this energy of just like, there were just never opportunities, nobody ever made it anywhere, or it was like this constant like cycle of chaos and things like backfired all the time. Yeah, shadow work, definitely needing to do some shadow work. How they're doing now, yeah, I feel like they're in some kind of a pain too. The company, I feel like the company's fine financially, unfortunately. It's kind of like one of those things where they're either like too big to fail or somebody always bails them out. But I do feel like because you left, like I feel like you were actually like able to do your job and you weren't as toxic. It's kind of like now like the lions are eating each other, right? Like they're all trying to like gang up and Yeah, I feel like they're just kind of like having a hard time adjusting a little bit too, because it's like, okay, yeah, we had a decent employee, and now we have to go and retrain another new employee, another new round. Like, there's a lot of just really childish energy going on here. Yeah, and synchronicities. So I feel like, there's probably a lot of synchronicities where it's like, oh yeah, hey, this customer came in looking for you and blah blah blah. And it's like, oh yeah, remember Jared that Kay was in, and Kay used to be working here, and then we can't do that anymore because you fired Kay. You know what I mean? Because this customer only wants to work with Kay because the rest of us suck. You know what I mean? Or it's just kind of like very like everybody like talks crap on each other. I don't know. But then we can count on them never being around me now, right? Am I truly protected, or is it not time yet? Because I kind of work publicly. Well, anywhere would be scared. It was I felt like it was sexist. I feel like you're gonna see them and they're gonna like talk shit. But in general though, I think you're fine. I think just kind of like listen to your spirit guide team on it, and like if your guides are telling you to like move on from something, then move on. But like I don't really feel like it's gonna backfire that much from your working there, because I think these people have a reputation, you know, for being not so nice. Oh yeah, we got the Three of Swords. Yeah, so focus on your heartache over the situation and just kind of release it, because I feel like you kind of have a little bit of workplace trauma dealing with these people. I'm not gonna lie. And I think it's okay to kind of grieve it and grieve those relationships too, especially if you were like backstabbed by a coworker, because it's like, okay, it's work, but like I'm a human being. Shit, like I feel like they're very impersonal. Nine of Wands. Yeah, so I feel like reclaiming your power is going to be really, really important from moving on. And I think that's also why they wanted to take you down, is because they kind of knew that you were shining bright and you were able to stand in that power. And they were like, oh no, well, we can't have that here. We got to like take them down and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if it's because they're mad because you're attractive, or because you're young, or because you're just not like that. There's something behind me. Like what? Like a spirit or something? Or are you like talking about my poster? Most of these colleagues were my closest friends too. Yeah, nah. But here's the thing though, they may have felt like your closest friends, but anybody that puts up with that kind of environment, nah. Yeah, I felt like I was attacked for being feminine. Oh, I'm so sorry. Man, this is just very, I want to reassure, it won't happen again. Yeah, no, I think you're gonna like watch for the warning signs first, and like any whiff of it, I think you'll be able to energetically sense. How do I get a tarot reading? Right now it's open. Because some of the people that wanted readings haven't shown up. So I'll absolutely write you down for a reading. So Stan G, do you want a reading? Otherwise, I'll put Kalashnikov 333 on there. Oh, that's so awesome! I know what a Kalashnikov is. That's awesome. Yeah, and then you got Seven of Cups in reverse. Yeah, and so I feel like, you're I feel like you're feeling like you're out of options. And I think like, just part of getting away from this group of people is like kind of just healing from the trauma, to kind of realize you do have options, and that's why people were kind of kicking you over your down. But it's like it kind of put such a dent in your confidence that it's going to take a little bit of time to recover. Yeah, I'd say kind of treat this like if you've been hurt by an abusive person or like an abusive ex, you know. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm sending you a big hug, Kay, cuz that's not cool. And like we don't talk about like workplace trauma enough, cuz some people like they get away with a lot of crap that they should not. What do I do? Okay, so if you want a tarot reading, Kalashnikov, so Cece is gonna be up next. Um, and then after that, it'll be you, and then you just ask a question. You can ask for just general messages from spirit. You can ask a love question, financial, career, whatever you're kind of feeling. And I want to level up in the same field, but now it's like, yeah, no, don't let these people stop your career goals, okay? Because remember, they're the toxic ones, not you. And depending on what you gained from the experience, you know, try to heal from the emotional wounds first before you really take it out on the industry, you know, or what's kind of going on. And again, I feel like you have to be very competitive, but it's all kind of in your head right now. And you know, maybe go do like a spa day, you know, go get a massage, try to like get back into your groove a little bit. And maybe take another job for a little bit that's not quite as triggering. So yeah, anyways though, thank you so much for being patient, Kay. I appreciate you. Um are you lagging? I might be. I know I've been having some internet issues recently. So yeah. Okay, anyways, thank you so much, Kay. I think it might be lagging on Twitch because so I'm on Restream right now, so I've got like YouTube and Twitch going. But YouTube seems to be up and up. It's been 6 months though, and I don't even move out. Yeah. No, I understand, but keep going. You know, you got to find that strength within yourself to understand. It's just it's hard, but you know you can overcome it, and you know, learning to find yourself again after stuff like that. You know. All right. Anyways, thank you so much, Kay. Okay, Cece, you are up. So please post a question in the chat. Then we've got Kalashnikov. You're really nice. Thank you. I wanted advice from cards. Yeah, no problem. I get you. I get you. Sometimes it's like you just need that little extra like validation, you know. If there's an I was looking at your cards, Kay. Did I not show them? Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was like channeling and I'm sitting here like tripping. I was like, I pulled cards. Yeah, okay. Yes, I did. All right, yeah, sorry. That's got me messed up because of the lag and whatnot. Okay. All right. Anyways, okay. So Cece, hi. Did Gemini get sexually intimate with his girl in New York on his vacation trip? Now that he knows, we're not in a relationship, by the way. Also, me and him have been in no communication for a month now. Don't worry, but okay, cool. As long as it helped you out, you know. All right, for Cece, was he getting intimate? Yeah. All right, what's kind of going on in you guys' connection? Ooh, dude, Cece, is he jealous? I don't know. I'm feeling this man's got a little butthurt energy towards you, Cece. I'm like, because he's kind of like, she's always up in my business, and I'm like, he's got some beef. Ooh. Okay, I don't know what happened between you two. No. I'm not gaslighting myself. Okay. Girl, I'm gonna let you know, like, I'm an honest tarot reader. I don't know what's gonna come out of this one, because he's feeling some kind of a way. Alright, yeah, so spiritual path awakening. You know, I feel like you're both kind of growing spiritually, and I feel like you've been asking questions. Yeah, no, I feel like he's like trying to get over something, or like, yeah, repelled, cowardly, and sell out. Yeah, he's definitely seeing girls, but he's like running from you. What the heck? Did you like spiritually scare him or something like that? Are you like very spiritual and like there's something about your energy where I feel like he really like kind of like labels you as like a temptress, or like he's kind of got like I don't know. I don't like his energy towards you, girl. I'm like, what do you want about? Like, We got girl talk. Yeah, I feel like, he is talking to people for sure. Definitely sleeping around. We've got mask, not showing true feelings. Yeah, I definitely feel like he's hiding his feelings hard for you because I feel like he does not like the feelings that come up that you have triggered in him. We've got hammer, sabotage, rebuilding. Yeah, I feel like he sabotaged this relationship hardcore. I feel like you kind of like destroyed something about himself, his awareness about himself. Because I'm literally seeing it. It's kind of like he was with you, and when he realized he couldn't have you, or there was some kind of a realization he had where he was like, but so he didn't register in his head that it's a spiritual reaction and getting triggered. Instead, he went the opposite and basically like he kind of feels like it's kind of toxic. It's kind of like you made him aware of something that he was vilified for or really disliked for growing up. And then now all of a sudden he's blaming you. He's not like, he doesn't have the self awareness that that's a shadow aspect of himself that was getting treated poorly as a child or something like that. So instead he's blaming you. So I kind of watch out for this person. I'm not gonna lie. He's kind of not very aware. We've got look at your resources. Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like looking around and kind of like looking for his supply. Maybe if he resonates with narcissist, I don't want to use labels, but he's definitely like not seeing things well. We've got keep your mouth shut. Maybe he tries to like cause other people to like not share their truth or voices, or I feel like he's kind of like if he is seeing people he's like trying to keep it on the down low but everybody knows. I don't know, I feel like he kind of has this idea of himself where he's like, I can't control myself, or I can't like I want other people to not talk about things, when it's like, dude, people talk. What did you think was going to happen? Like, yeah, they all know your business because you tell everybody your business. No, not all. Long distance, but he will tell me he lives and he missed me, and then he will be putting me in friend zone. Then he talks to his ex or other girls, but it doesn't work. Yeah, he's sabotaging because he really likes you, and there's something about you that's different that really makes him aggressive, and I think he sabotages to deal with those feelings. We have pay attention to red flags and obstacles. Yeah, your spirit guide team's saying like, hey, watch out for red flags with this person. That's kind of why I'm highlighting some of them, because maybe you're not paying attention because, again, you're not in person, but there is, like, yeah. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, I'm seeing slow down. So Spirit Guide team's basically telling him, like, slow the heck down. Like, slow down. Focus on what you're doing. Stop listening to bad advice. Yeah, I feel like he also, I don't know if he listens to podcasters or he listens to really bad dating advice from his friends. I don't know. He's like, I don't know. That's a pass. That energy, something feels wrong with that energy. Girl, you can do better. I'm just saying there's just something floating in the water with that one that you should find somebody else. I think he's very insecure. I think he means well maybe somewhere, but I really, every time I'm feeling that energy, I'm like, He's not fully with it. Okay, anyways, I think he's not fond of me getting cool with his aunt and his cousin. Well, yeah, because then you're gonna find out the real him. He's very, very strategic about making sure people don't know what he's actually like. So I don't know. I'm seeing some red flags, girl. So just be careful, stay safe. Protect yourself. Listen to your intuition. Yeah, I think he just doesn't want you knowing the truth, and I think he sabotages a lot because he has a little bit of some shadow work to do. Damn, yeah, I've gotten other reads, but they were twin flames, but I'm not chasing him. Yeah. Doesn't matter what the spiritual label is. Protect yourself. Yeah. All right. Anyways, thank you so much, Cece. Appreciate you. You know, like and well, you already subscribed, so thank you so much. Okay. Anyways, so now we've got Kalashnikov. So anybody else that would like a reading, speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, Kalashnikov is going to be the last one for the night. Also, by the way, because they still have some cookies. I made cookies, so I'm just keeping you guys hungry and showing appreciation for you. That even though you're not here to physically eat the cookies, you can witness them. Yeah, no problem, CC. Be safe. You know, these spiritual relationships are tricky, man. Okay. Okay, Kalashnikov. What is your question? And then Raratonga, Let's Go, Phantom or Mindful Mind. If any of you guys are floating out there as well, feel free to hop on in. Sorry, I'm just like kind of pulling cards in case, because there's enough of you floating out there that I know you're watching. And I got the card, this doesn't make any sense. And some of you maybe are like, oh, this tarot reading stuff doesn't make sense. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't to all people. Yeah, listen to the signals. Pain isn't always a death sentence. Keep moving. Keep moving, y'all. Just keep on keeping on. Hey, Kelsey. Hello. Hello, welcome to the live stream. I'm waiting on Kalashnikov to ask his question, but once I hear from him, then I can do a reading for you if you're interested. Doing okay. I'm a bit under the weather. I have an illness, but I'm doing okay. So, yeah, and I made some cookies. I have some leftover chili that I'm sitting on. Oh my gosh, I'm probably gonna make some tea. Hello, Emma. Hello, hello. We got some of the late evening people now. Here we go. Thank you. It's okay though. It's like a really mild illness. So so it's first come first serve. So I can definitely get you guys. Right now I'm waiting to hear back from someone on Twitch. Are you able to pull a card? I'm new to this. Oh, okay. So this is your first time getting a reading. Basically how it works is you come in, basically you say you want a reading and I put you on a list and it's first come first serve, and so then I give everyone a 5-minute reading and you just ask me a question and then I pull as many cards as I feel I need to, and then I just try to give your message in 5 minutes. And if you like and subscribe, I do free messages every Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. And then I also do this professionally as well. So if you've ever be interested in purchasing a professional reading, I do that. Another thing that's cool about my live streams is at the very beginning of every live stream, I have a 10-minute collective message. So the collective message is basically for everybody that is listening that day. So you kind of just use your intuition and listen to it. Sometimes I refer back to it in your reading, depending on what's going on in your life, if there's messages for you there too. But yeah, That's pretty much how that works. Oh. Alright, Kalashnikov, if you are not here, then I'm going to go ahead and do Kelsey's reading. And then I'll do Emma. And then you guys will be the last two for the night. Okay. Goodness. Oh, okay. Okay, Kelsey. Well, I moved to a new apartment with my friend F in October, November. She's being really shifty on this, but I need to get out of my current place as it's affecting my mental health. Oh, thank you, Emma. I appreciate it. I also have some pick-a-card readings, too, if you are interested in that. The audio and video quality have progressively gotten better over time, but I just posted one about a week ago, in case you're interested. It's about moving situation for Kelsey. Yeah, I really feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. Okay. So, advice for you, Kelsey. Love yourself through this. Yeah, so your spirit guide team is trying to say, like, okay, you know, no matter what is going on, the conflicts between these different people, make sure you're loving yourself through this. That way you can stay stable. And to remind yourself that it's not your fault. And to really prioritize that self-care while you're going through this, because no one else is going to do it for you. And you're going to need that extra boost to get through this current situation. Oh my gosh. Sorry, my cold suddenly started acting up. Yeah, maybe that's going to be part of your self-care as well, to make sure preventing illness as well. And we've got obsession, must have, indulgence. Here, let me blow my nose real fast. Here, sorry. Okay. Hi, Zara. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so for some reason with the must-have indulgence, your spirit guide team is just trying to, like, really force you to pay attention to what's going on in your moving situation. Where, like, I feel like you're saying, like, I must have this in order to feel safe, and your spirit guide team is saying, like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, like, you're gonna need to learn how to feel control and work on your mental health without having these quote-unquote must-haves. Because what's happening is, it's kind of like, so, like, say you're building an airplane, right? And the airplane obviously requires different contraptions inside of it. It requires wings, it needs landing strips and glass windows and stuff like that. Well, what's happening is, because of, like, your scattered mental health and kind of the rigidness that you have with your situation, you're kind of like, all right, well, I need to quickly build this airplane so I can get off this stranded island, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the wings on first, and I'm going to put the back on, and we're going to put glass behind the windows. But then you're like, well, because the landing pads are not the specific brand that I need, because I know that that's a safe quality brand, all of a sudden, I'm just not going to put those landing pads in there. And that's kind of important. You know what I mean? Or it's like, I feel like with some of your decision making, because you're kind of trapping yourself a little bit and limiting yourself, it's causing you to not observe decisions in terms of what you need, one, to secure your mental health in your current situation, but then also with moving in with this next person. And so that's why I think you're kind of like, you're so like ready to get off the island that you're not even done building the plane to get off the island, you know? And then also making sure the person who's flying the plane, it's like, yeah, if you have a limited amount of people that can fly the plane on the island and no one's a professional, that's one thing. But what you don't want to do is put somebody who has zero experience flying planes and also is, you know, not able to pay attention to what they're doing. So, sorry, my nose is impacting me again, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. Wow, I lasted the whole live stream without needing to blow my nose. I'm impressed. But that could also be a sign too that, you know, you're working on clearing out your energy, you know? Intervention, you know, rescue others involved. Yeah, I feel like you're kind of looking for a rescuer right now. And your spirit guide team is saying, like, hey, okay, you also have to participate in the rescue too. And there's not going to be a lot of, like, divine intervention with this. They're going to send you messages and signs and signals, but ultimately you're like responsible for your decision on this. We've got realization, awareness, finding out, coming to light. I feel like something's gonna come to light when it comes to this new roommate. And there's also something about like a soulmate too. So what I'm feeling with this soulmate energy, it's kind of like there's something about like some kind of a projection from your past where I feel like you're kind of like, maybe someone told you a prediction a long time ago and you're still holding tight to it when the game's kind of changed and the odds aren't in your favor in the same way that they used to be. So they're trying to say like, hey, in regards to this move, watch what you say and do with this person, because I feel like I just don't feel like they're a compatible, like, long-term committed roommate. But at the same time also, it's like, if you gotta do what you gotta do, then you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. But try to like ground yourself so that way you know how to make the best decision for you. We got the Knight of Swords, you know, be strategic and be very, very clear, because the one problem with this roommate is that there's a lot of back and forth between you two, but there's not clear information. It's like when you guys talk, you don't actually have a conversation, you just exchange words, and you need to kind of sit with this roommate and really say, hey, did you actually retain the information I told you? Are you actually doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, you know, to support us living together, you know? Kind of like, you know, keep your options open too in terms of people. We've got judgment, right? You know, withhold judgment from this roommate, because I feel like this roommate has also been through some stuff. So it's kind of like that may be why they're shifty as well. I feel like they're kind of going through their own financial hardship or something going on, so that's why they're also being shifty. Ace of Swords, again, keep your head through all of this. Keep it above the chaos. We've got the Tower in reverse. I feel like, you know, just focusing on rebuilding, you know, as best you can, and try to stress manage as much as you can. And then you also got Justice in reverse. Yeah, I feel like you're trying to seek justice for somebody or something over a situation in terms of your housing. And I feel like it's just not going to go in your favor, so just be very careful right now. Okay? Anyways, though, Kelsey, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Wish you the best of luck, girl, because I totally feel ya. Okay, so we've got Emma next and then Zara in terms of readings. So sorry, guys. All right, I will type out my question. Are you able to see what is coming up for my love life for August? Currently with someone for almost a year. Ooh, congratulations, Emma. Congratulations. All right, coming up for love life. I feel like there's gonna be like a conversation that you guys have in regards to your relationship. I don't know if you have like an anniversary coming up or no, your anniversary's past. But I feel like there's like a I don't know, like you're gonna kind of like talk about something. He fought for the relationship. Okay, that's a good sign. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing you guys like maybe you're gonna celebrate something small. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm seeing like maybe you guys go on like a date or two, or I feel like he's gonna like try a little harder. And I want to know what his real intention is because he is married. Ooh. Okay, wait. So he's married. So he's married to somebody else, but he's in a relationship with you. So that's gonna be reverse. Page of Cups. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he's on the defensive right now. Okay, so we've got the Soulmates card. We've got Received. So I feel like whatever conflict you guys had, he definitely received the message, right? And I definitely feel like there's something like kind of spiritual about your dynamic, and I think that's why he's kind of like he's having a hard time letting this go. I mean, again, everybody has their own reasons for getting into these sorts of dynamics and whatnot. There is a warning though that's going to be coming through in August in terms of your relationship, so keep that in mind. Yeah, so it says warning, and I'm seeing like with that dark tunnel. I think you really need to get clear on your boundaries of where this is headed and what exactly your goals are, and what you want out of it. You know what I mean? Because this could turn into a never-ending hole and cycle, and it's up to you to determine if this is something that you want to do. We've got the answer is no. So you may be told no at some point in August, or I feel like there might be some kind of like a realization that's coming through in August as well. And we've got uncomfortable. Yeah, so I feel like, you're starting to feel like uncomfortable with the dynamic because of one, that lack of security, but also like in August, like I said, I'm seeing some dating. I'm seeing like in general it's going to be positive. It's just I'm seeing there's like a lingering energy that's going to be coming up once in a while. Okay, so we've got the 8 of Cups in reverse. And I feel like it's like you kind of just like you're in this energy between him and this other person of taking turns, July energy. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a continuation of that. If it already feels like it's happened, I feel like it's probably gonna continue. We've got the Devil in reverse, and I feel like there's kind of an energy of reluctance to face things for everybody involved. I feel like he likes to escape a lot. There's something about partying too. Do you guys go to parties? Or I feel like he like doesn't want to face something in regards to your relationship, this Page of Cups energy, I feel like he's kind of like I think he's just waiting. You know what I mean? So we've got this Page of Cups and this girl's like looking into this like bowl of water, and I feel like he's kind of waiting, or he kind of like he likes you in the position of waiting for him, right? And if that is the energetic dynamic that you're okay with having, Page of Cups, that could that represent a pregnancy? I don't read cards that way. I also don't do pregnancy readings. But if that's something that you are interpreting from the card, I mean, I'd say go with your intuition. Just make sure it's your intuition and not your fears, right? Um but I definitely feel I just always warn people about that, just from the standpoint that I don't want everybody getting all up in arms about that sort of stuff. But yeah, I feel like just something's gonna come to a conclusion in your cycle. It was just something that came up today that we spoke about. Okay, yeah, I mean that could definitely be related. Hmm. What's up? Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like he is, yeah, he's waiting on something. And especially with you, I feel he kind of just likes having it's like the way I view him is like he has his like life and whatnot, and then he has a jar over you. And as long as you stay in the jar, he doesn't care. All right, he's a very jealous person. Yeah, I can believe that, which I mean to me it's like, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. This is not a relationship dynamic that I particularly have good advice for, so I'm gonna, obviously not judge, but also at the same time be like, I don't have advice from my perspective. Yeah, it's like having no expectations. Um, yeah, I mean, also at the same time, like we went when you are dealing with an extramarital affair, unless like his marriage dynamic, everybody's different, right? And everybody has their own reason to do stuff, but like he is also not in a position to be making demands, you know what I mean? Like, like he's the one that is, seeing two people at the same time. You have no real obligation to do what he says, honestly, because at the end of the day, like, you know, unless he's like financially providing for you and other stuff, that's one thing. But you also are an adult and you're able to make your own decisions, so he should, probably, he should probably learn to deal as well. Like there's no reason for him to be jealous unless, he needs to work through his determination of what he wants to be, you know spending his time. Yeah, I just didn't expect. No, fully independent. Okay, yeah. All right. That's good. Yeah, as long as he's not leaving you high and dry. But yeah. So, let me pull one more card for you. Just to give you some more advice. Do you want to see the card, cuz this is definitely from your spirit guides. Um so all right, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, but like basically your card said you can do better than that. And I feel like this person's just kind of draining your energy. I'm not gonna lie. And then how do you want to get there? Release fear now. So like whatever you want to get towards in your relationship, how do you want to do it? What kind of direction do you want to see yourself with this person? And how you want to get there. Or as you said, if you're just going to keep open, that's fine, but where else are you going in life? And how do you want to get there? So whatever it is, like, like you're obviously very self-sustaining and you know what you're doing, so just make sure that you are always keeping yourself at the forefront of what you're doing, and don't let anybody else distract you, especially if you decide one way or another. Okay. Too many people come into my life as just as friends. Yeah, no, I get you. It's Well, that's the thing. Finding a partner, I mean, it's basically a long term. It's shopping. It's like shopping for a house. You know, you need time and commitment and energy, you know? Yeah, interesting. But, you know, it works how it works, you know? Yeah, who knows? Hey, Angelus. Hello. Welcome back. This is why I'm releasing expectation. Yeah, no problem, Emma. Wish you the best. All right. I love your button. Oh, thank you. All right, Zara, are you here? How about Kalashnikov, Mindful Mind, Phantom, Let's Go, or Raratoga? Tonga. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm like, if Zara doesn't speak up, then I'm done for the night. Because I'm like, my nose is starting to drip, and I'm like, bleh. Okay, Zara, what is your question? What is your question? Hope you feel better. Take care. Thank you. Yeah. Nah, I've just been. Yeah, I mean I'm ill. And get Taco Bell. Oh my gosh, no! Because like I remember that live stream where we were talking about like those crispy burritos or whatever from Taco Bell, and I was like, oh, I need to go get Taco Bell, and then I didn't. I'm having issues with my car right now, so I'm trying to like release that. Wait, oh wait, you can get White Castle where you're at? Heck yeah, get White Castle. So much better than McDonald's. Can I ask how my crush feels about me? Her name is Sophia, and we are coworkers. Okay. All right. How does Zara's crush feel about them? How does her crush feel? Oh yeah, Stanji, are you still there? I still want to know what you saw behind my head. Because I'm still thinking about that. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and see what Zara's crush thinks about them. How does your heart feel? Aww. So I feel like, you know, it's kind of one of those things where I feel like you, Zara, you are pretty aware of the people around you, and I think you know how they feel. And also just pay attention to how you react, you know? Research more information. I feel like your crush is kind of like creeping on you a little bit, trying to check out your social media, get a vibe for who you are. I feel like, I don't know if you're kind of private or a little more shy, but I feel like she's kind of like, do a little digging, a little bit at work, you know, just trying to kind of feel the vibes, understand what's going on. The Sun, definitely positive card for you. We've got the Five of Swords. How do I keep pulling like the same cards tonight? Yeah, so Five of Swords, I'm definitely feeling like she senses you're more shy, I think. Okay, yeah, because I was like, one of you is definitely more shy than the other. Or she hides it. She might be like falsely she may come across as very extroverted at work, but then like at home she's like, oh my gosh. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's like keeping up appearances. Strength. I feel like she thinks you're also very strong too. Again, I almost feel like maybe I have the energy switch. No, I feel like it's kind of like maybe you're just also not seeing her the same way that she sees you. Right, Wheel of Fortune, I also feel like she's kind of sees you as very fortunate and that you have a lot of opportunity. Maybe because you're smart or maybe you're successful or you have like a great education or maybe like, I can't tell if you're in school or not or in university, but I definitely feel like, there's a level of sophistication to you that she's like, "Oh yeah, I can definitely see myself being with someone like that." We've got commitment, long-term relationship, we've got robotic, and we've got mask. So I feel like with this mask energy, I definitely feel like she hides her feelings. One, because I don't know. She can't really tell how you feel about her, if that makes any sense. That's why I'm saying she's kind of shy, because I feel like she would have a very difficult time walking up and asking you out. Um, Robotic in the sense that I feel like she does go through the motions a little bit. And so I feel like when it comes to you, she doesn't always know what to say to you. Like, I feel like she definitely has a difficult time trying to communicate her emotions to other people, or like usually like a crush. But with you, there's something about you that maybe she's just not used to people like you, or there's something about like your relationship that feels very fresh and new. So she's not always sure or certain why she has feelings or what she's kind of experiencing at times, if that makes any sense. And I feel like I just want to be like, girl, you have a crush on her, but she might not be fully. I'm assuming you're a she. Are you a he, or maybe are you in like a non-binary, someone in between? Because I have a feeling, she likes you, but she's not really like able to process her feelings to know that, oh, that is a crush that you're experiencing on this person. Um, that's how I'm kind of interpreting it. Um, yeah. You're still here. Have a good night. Yeah, yeah. After Zara, you're a girl too. Okay, that's what I thought, because I was sitting there like, I don't think she fully understands how to show up on a girl on girl relationship quite yet. I don't know if she's ever dated girls before. If she has, I feel like they're kind of like they weren't like very serious, or she's kind of just like, I'm not fully there yet, But like, I say I think she's attracted to you. I think she's just having a hard time processing what those feelings are, and might not be ready for like an actual like relationship. No. No, no, I'm still here. Let's go. All right. Anyways, though, Zara, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. I wish you the best of luck with your crush. She likes girl too. I think she has a girlfriend. Okay. I was gonna say I'm still feeling. I think I don't know. I still think she has a crush on you back, or she's attracted to you. She's just not fully aware. Why I'm coming with this energy? I appreciate you. Let's go. I appreciate you. All right, guys. My face is starting to act up. I've been going for a hot minute. So, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. Like and subscribe. I do these live streams every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. Yeah. And I appreciate y'all. And thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye.